Hi, Bob Chevier here. I'll be doing the commentary solo on this round of matches, the women's semifinals. And our featured match is between Mariana Ramirez, our second seed, who's closest to us as the players are concluding their warm-up, and Sanae Ohta, who is on the far side of the net. Mariana is the second seed in the tournament. She I think is just finishing up, or did just finish up, at Columbus State University, playing for them down in Georgia. And Sanae is the oldest woman in the tournament at age 31. She currently works for Google and loves playing tennis in her spare time. She was a college player at Troy, also down in Georgia, back in the day. So an excellent match set up. Ohta happened to defeat the third seed yesterday, Mia Palladino, who's a local girl from Brewster, 10-6 in a super tiebreaker, so she had a pretty tough route to get here to the semifinals. Ramirez cruised through pretty easily, 6-2, 6-3 in her quarterfinal match. So not in camera view, but the other semifinal features Shue, who's our #1 seed, and she's from Bedford, New York, and plays out of Chestnut Ridge. Her mom, Dinah, is one of the coaches here at Chestnut, and her opponent is Kesmat Tawil, Egyptian woman who also a college player, got a scholarship here playing tennis from Egypt. So this is very typical for college tennis in the United States. There are many top foreign juniors who come and play their college tennis here in the States because the competition is so good. And in addition, of course, for many of them, they know they're not going to go pro, but they are looking to get an excellent education that will serve them well for the rest of their lives. And they certainly get that here in the United States with our college system. So the players are just concluding their warm-up, and I think they'll be starting momentarily. So like I said, I am alone in the booth right now. I was thinking back how I feel pretty comfortable doing this on my own compared to the first time I drove a car when no one else was in the car with me and I was solo on the road, after all those times with always someone there to assist and help out. So looking forward to a good match. Today, compared to with yesterday, it's a bit warmer, but maybe even more crucially, it's quite a bit more humid, so conditioning might end up playing a role here in our matches today. I didn't see the toss, but we do know Mariana will serve first. Whether that was her choice or Miss Ohta's choice, I'm not sure. Match on. Ball was a bit wide, love 15. Ohta is primarily a counter-puncher type player, but if given the opportunity, she can throw some pretty good punches herself. But she prefers, you can see the moon ball there, to keep her opponent at bay and let her go for too much, just long at the baseline. 15 all. See, Ohta did try to mix in a more aggressive shot there, so that's what I was mentioning. I did get a chance to see her play her first round match, and she sort of keeps you a little bit lulled with the off-speed ball and then can go for it. There's the consistency rally that Ohta prefers. Did finally get the error. 30 all. Second serve. 30-40. That one tightened up just a little bit. It appeared that Ohta was simply trying to get the rally started there. Unfortunately, went wide of the sideline. Beginning of the match, got to get that ball back in play. Make your opponent win the break point. Similar there. It's now game point. Add in. Back to deuce. So when I introduced the players, I did mention that Ms. Ramirez is the second seed, so she would be the favorite in this match. And it's always interesting to see when the underdog gets slightly ahead, even at the start of the match, what happens. In this case, Ohta has made a couple of unforced errors herself, and that's always been a little sign to me that the underdog doesn't quite believe that she's going to win. But it is early. Beautiful forehand there by Mariana Ramirez, right inside the line. Definitely forced the mistake on that one. That was a forced error. And back to deuce again. That was an excellent return of second serve. Didn't go for a winner, but was taking control of the point, Ohta, with her return there. Excellent shot, back to deuce. Double fault, break point. Just wide on that backhand, and Ohta has managed to break the opening game of the match. She leads 1-love. I want to thank all of our sponsors are up there on your screen right now, and I want to thank all of them, without whom this event would not be possible. And also our director of tennis here at Chestnut Ridge, Brad Breakstone, who organizes and basically does the job of 10 people here to get this event off the ground. Thank you, Brad, for all of your efforts. And our producer of today's streaming broadcast, Philip Oler. He's been with us now 6 or 7 years, and a big thank you to him for setting everything up and allowing us to make it possible for people who couldn't make it here in person to watch some of this outstanding tennis if your friend happens to be playing. Thank you, Philip. Is Ohta to serve. Well, early on in that point, when Ramirez did come into the net behind a pretty good ball, you saw the excellent defensive lob from Ohta, who got her far enough back so even though she made the overhead, she couldn't finish the point. Excellent defense ultimately led to winning the point there. 15-love. Uh-oh.
Are you okay?
Looks like she rolled her ankle slightly. Miss Ramirez on the far side of the net. Tournament referee Andrew Weiss is out there, and hard to determine right now what's going on. I think he's coming to get some medical attention for her. Okay. So we now have switched our camera over to court 8, where Shue is serving, and she is down 3-love in the first set. $15 here. Excellent response to a pretty strong ball there from Tawil. 15-all. Good serve. 30-15. Nice finishing shot after a good first serve from Shue. 40-15. It was a winning return from Tawil, 40-30. Really connected with that one. Right in the corner, plenty of pace. Back to deuce. That was a really strong point from both women out there. Driving the ball with authority. Tawil got Shue off balance on that last one. Well hit ball. winning shot bring Tawil to break point. She is really hitting with authority. And Val comes up with an ace to get things back to deuce. Excellent serve. Rare error there from Tawil on a return of second serve. Game point for Shue. And Val has that game. It's now 3-1, Tawil. So we're coming back to court number 10 now. Ohta leading 1-love. It was 30-love when Ramirez went down with her ankle injury, and she won the next point after a slight delay in play, where tournament director Brad Breakstone, I mentioned he does 10 jobs. He performed the role of emergency room doctor, wrapping her ankle during that brief timeout. Ramirez playing very close to the line. Her previous shot hit right on the back edge, and that one was just long. 40-15. She doesn't seem, Ramirez that is, any the worse for wear at this moment. Now that was a nice change-up serve right at the body. That would test your ability to push off with your ankle. Have to get out of the way of the ball. 2-love lead now for Ohta. I know that ball that Ramirez is picking up right now did clear itself into the alley, but you really shouldn't be playing a point with a ball that close to the court. Dangerous. Excellent serve off the line. 30-love. the sort of the thing that comes up when you're the underdog. 2-love lead, and some rare unforced errors from Ms. Ohta to take Ramirez to a 40-love lead. Well, that was a beautiful shot on a couple of counts. It showed the aggression. It was against the second serve, but it was also 40-love, so you've got not much to lose if you're Ohta to go for that ball. Maybe now she has a little more confidence that she can fire away. And that one goes just long. The players will switch. Ms. Ramirez is trailing 2-1. Well, it ends up that my podcast with Scott Shannon, Outside the Lines, is one of the sponsors of this event. We have sort of been slack in putting out some new podcasts for the last 7 or 8 months, but we may get back into it. Typically, we bring up some interesting issues. That's why it's called Outside the Lines, that don't normally get discussed by tennis commentators or people around the sport. Here's one. Coco Gauff went to the Beyonce concert dressed as a cowgirl, because of course the Beyonce album is Cowboy Carter, so she was dressed as a cowgirl. She looked fantastic, and I listened to a little bit of that album, wanting to see what's all the hype about Beyonce, and there were a couple good songs, but I must say, give me the Rolling Stones, the Doors, any day. Loved the time when I grew up. We're back to the action. Ohta serving 2-1. Excellent defense again from Ohta, making her opponent, who hit the ball right on the line and pulled her way off the court, making her finish with one more ball, and didn't do it. 15-love. Just wide on that one. $15-all. Ohta has not changed her game. She's mixing in the occasional attack with the steady high ball. Just missed a couple in the last 2 games. $30-15. Again, a good opportunity for Ramirez to finish up in the front of the court. Hit the ball long with the backhand swing volley. This is a good lesson for our club players at home when your opponent first comes to the net against you, you've got to do what's called make them play. Notice Ohta hasn't hit tremendous winning shots when her opponent has come in. She's made her have to hit the winning shot. A couple times successful with the extra high slow ball like a lob to use the overhead or the high swing volley. And she's neutralized the attack. 40-15. .30, just long with the high ball. And that time, Ms. Ohta changed the point halfway through from high and slow to more of an equal toe-to-toe exchange, and she came in second. Back to deuce. Again, for the club players, you all know when you play someone that you've hit a good shot and they send it back high and slow, how frustrating that can be if you don't have a good game plan to make an attack off of that slower ball. Here's a nice volley. Add out. Ohta going to offense to save the break point. Back to deuce. Well constructed point. Just long on the return. Add in. Just long at the baseline. Game Ohta, she now leads 3-1. First set. Down on our other court 8, Shue has pulled back from a love 3 deficit to tie the score at 3-all in the first set. Just wide on the sideline, 15 all. Again, halfway through that point, Ms. Ohta changed from the defensive posture to going toe-to-toe. That time she came out on top. Missed that high one. Excellent point. That time it was the reverse pattern. Ohta came out driving, then switched it to defensive posture. Just missed that one. I must say, depending upon Ohta's conditioning, which I don't really know, that given the heat and humidity, I like her making Ramirez play some of these longer points in order to win. Because that just makes it tougher physically as well as mentally for the more aggressive player to keep having to come through and take the match. 40-15. Just wide, and that's game for Ramirez. Ohta leads 3-2, first set. Perry's Roofing, a 6-year sponsor here at the Pro Shootout at Chestnut Ridge. Perry's Roofing is one of the leading roofing companies in Westchester County, New York. With over 25 years of experience, we've become a trusted name in the community. We believe in providing tailored services that perfectly match your unique requirements, ensuring every project receives our utmost attention to detail. If you want to see more of our recent projects, check out our website or Instagram page. Thank you, Perry's Roofing. Perry Verone, a very solid 4.0 player here at the club. He loves his tennis, and we thank him very much for continuing to support the Pro Shootout. Down on court 8, Shue has now taken a 4-3 lead, winning 4 straight games after a slow start to inch ahead here in the first set. Ms. Ohta re-gripping her own racket right now. This is the one you won't see much on TV because the players ask the chair umpire to bring a ball boy, who then runs the racket into the stands where a member of the players' team re-grips the racket for them and brings it back in a couple of days. A couple of hours, a couple of changeovers. We don't have those big entourages here quite yet at the pro shootout. So she's got a fresh grip. 3 serving 2. Excellent. First drop shot we've seen from either player. Excellent time to pull it off. Love 15. Overhit there by Ramirez, 15 all. This side closest to us now, where Ohta is serving from, the sun can be a little bit of an issue right around this time of day. She's doing a good job moving her toss around so she can still get a decent look at the ball. Mixed in a slice there, got an error, 30-15. The sun did get to her a little bit on that one, 30 all. Excellent decision there not to let that last ball bounce, because Ramirez would have actually been back in position if she had let it drop. Really good point. 40-30. Tried the sneak attack there. Could have been successful. I think she just took her eye off the ball in that half volley. Back to deuce. That was a good example of how just because you're hitting high and slow doesn't mean you're always on defense. Ohta was trying to turn that into offense. Nice finish there from Ramirez. Took her time. Add out. Beautiful building of the point there from Ramirez. She really took her time and waited for just the right shot to go for her winner. Ball was a little bit shorter and slower, and she took advantage. We're now at 3-all, first set. Shue now leading 5-3 down on court 8. Tawil has an add point to make it 5-4. Love. Perfect response. Ball's right inside the line. 30, love. Good heavy ball right up the middle from Ohta, 30-15. So it is one of the rules of tennis in a self-officiated match. A player cannot call the first serve. The server, for example, cannot call the first serve out. But apparently they've agreed that it was out and it's going to be a second serve. And double fault, so 30-all. 40-40. Slowed down that second serve. It's happened a couple times today. That time Ohta did play almost exclusively the consistency ball, looking to get the error, and she finally got it, and now takes a 4-3 lead, first set. Trophy Central, also a 6-year sponsor of the Pro Shootout, and we thank them very much. At Trophy Central, it is the smile that matters. Nothing makes us happier than when a customer sends us a picture of kids smiling from ear to ear as they receive their end-of-season awards, or of an office worker proudly holding one of our custom award plaques for their colleagues to see. Trophy Central is proud to provide the awards for this shootout. Thank you again, Trophy Central, for being a long-time sponsor of the shootout. Now Shue is ahead 5-4, but trailing Love 40 in the first set. So Miss Ohta, as I told you, works for Google, so I was talking with her a bit before the match, and I said, you know, in like another 15 years, you're going to have a chip implanted in your brain that's going to make all your shot choices for you, and you're just going to follow directions. So if she had the Chevier chip in her brain right now, I'd like her to try that play where she hit off speed, high and deep, and sneak to the net. I'd like her to do that a few more times. She tried it once, it didn't quite work, but I think she wants to throw her opponent a little bit more off guard in that situation. The Chevier chip, by the way, is available for advanced sale. She missed that high one. Missed a few more of those today than I think she would think is typical for her. Didn't really use her serve that time. Just sort of bumping it in the box. Right off the line. And that's the tough play. In order to beat the high ball player, you need the consistent swing volley. Ramirez has missed a couple today. Excellent return, forced an error, 15-30. Beautiful heavy ball there from Ramirez, well placed. Margin of error, spin, perfect shot. 15-40. Rush that one a little bit. Stay focused, break point. Missed the rally ball long. We're tied, 4-4. Nicely done to mix in the drop shot again. I thought Ohta could have done better placing that ball though. She did get there with the ball just barely at knee level. Should have been able to, I think, hit a short angle cross court past her opponent. 15-love. This is where the conditions start to play a role. Took her eye off that one. Love. Shue is serving for the first set down on court 8. Good solid return against second serve. Forced an error there. 30-15. Second serve. Good solid point, just missed wide there from Ohta, 40-15. Excellent point from Ohta. She took control from the outside, from the onset of that point, with an excellent return of second serve, and 2 balls later hit a winner. Well done. 40-30. And Ohta, first time today we've seen her drop shot, and after moving her opponent around side to side, she's probably a little bit out of breath, and a great time to choose that shot to get the deuce here. I mean, there are a couple ways to use a drop shot. That's one of them, where you don't show it. It's like a trump card. You know it's in your hand, and you pull it out when you really need a point. That was an excellent point in the score for Ohta to make that choice. That's wide, and she's found herself with a break point. Excellent taking her time there from Ramirez. Those shots aren't easy. They're coming in so slow. You've got to add all the pace. Place the ball beautifully. Back to deuce. Really close call there, right in front of us on the sideline. So I'm not sure how the women have settled that one. From where Ohta is going, it appears that they're going to replay the point. Sadly, that's sort of against the rules. You're supposed to make a decision one way or the other, but if that's what they decided and they're both happy, so be it. Set it up beautifully. Again, the volley sort of letting Ramirez down there. That one did not hit the sweet spot. Now, as Brad Breakstone mentioned as he was passing through the broadcast booth, there is a sun factor on this side, which I mentioned with serving. But in this particular case, the sun was largely behind the clouds. It shouldn't have been a factor. And sort of hesitated, looked like it might have been out, but she never called it out. And then the next ball missed by Ramirez, who now trails 5-4. Shue won the first set down on court 8, 7-5. The Little Shop of Tennis. Little Shop of Tennis, located near the front entrance of the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, carries a wide selection of equipment and attire. Owner Courtney James is always helpful, whether it's choosing a new racket, ordering team uniforms, or having your racket restrung. I've been using her services for years, especially the racket restrung part, and always timely and done extremely well. Courtney, thank you for sponsoring and always being there for the players here at Chestnut Ridge. Ohta serving 5-4. Love. I'd love her to be giving a little more thought to that first serve. Love. $30-15. Ooh, that one definitely got up way over her head. Tough to control it. 40-15. Sun's bothering you. 3/4 speed first serve. Let's see if she does it. She went for it a little bit more. Better than just throwing it in the box, that's for sure, especially on set point. And that's why I was going for that 3/4 speed first serve, a double fault, and it's 40-30. 2 double faults in this game. That was a 3/4 speed serve to start the point. We can see Ohta is definitely playing for the error on this point to close out the set. Now she's going for a little more and she forces an error. That was a beautiful heavy ball in the corner. And Ohta takes the first set 6-4. Right. Bathroom break for me. You take over.
Hey everybody, the women on court 10 are taking a 2-minute bathroom break. We'll be back in a few and flip over to court 8.
So we're back. Start of the second set. Both players availed themselves of a bathroom or locker room break there, as they well should because of the heat and humidity today. So we're back to the action. That is an excellent finishing volley from Ramirez, getting it to the open side, but also hitting it short on purpose. Well done. 15 love. Ohta elected to be a little more aggressive on that one. Nice time to come to the net, set it up well. 40 love. .40-15. Good high lob again from Ohta to force a difficult overhead to win that point. .40-30. A little bit impatient on that last one. Game Ramirez. She takes the opening game, second set. Scotty Scheffler wins, was it the British Open? That he's won. Congratulations to Scotty Scheffler. Excellent shot from Ramirez right inside the line. I will say though, players of my generation against these second serves would be standing in at three-quarter court and making some return and come right in type plays, as opposed to hitting a solid ball from the back and creating some pressure, but not the same time pressure as standing in three-quarter court. Both of them could have much more aggressive court positioning against the second serve. Gotta make up your mind what type of point you want to play. Seemed a little bit between the two, be steady or take the offense. Well, that was a really good call a few shots ago from Ramirez. To me, that ball hit right on the outside edge of the line. She called it good and went on to win the point, 15-40. To love Ramirez. I mean, one other thing, club players, I think we can notice is, particularly for Ramirez, because the balls are coming in high to her, how many balls she's hitting at shoulder or eye level and not letting the ball drop down to her waist. It's really important and key for her to be able to put some pressure on Ohta that she's taking the ball at that higher level. And one thing that allows her to do that is having the correct grip on her shot. Ooh, that was not the best choice on the passing shot there. One-handed slice floated right up there for an easy finish. 30 love. Love. beautiful love 40 point there, or 40 love point. It was love 40 against Ohta, so that's what I was mentioning. But she really went, and it was going to be decided quickly one way or the other, not investing a lot of energy into that point, and maybe gaining some confidence going forward. That was a beautiful point. Ooh, that was a tough choice right there. And Ramirez has jumped to a 3-love lead now in the second set. Next, management. Next is also a 6th-year sponsor of the Pro Shootout. With offices in New York, London, Paris, Milan, Los Angeles, and Miami, Next Management is the leading global fashion management agency connecting top talent in fashion and entertainment with prominent international brands. Founded by Faith Cates and Joel Wilkenfeld, Next is known for discovering and propelling the world's most recognizable models to stardom. Next has forged personal brands for an impressive roster of talent by building dynamic relationships with partners and ensuring long-lasting careers. Joel, I know, comes over here. He plays with one of our pros fairly frequently, Akash Lamba, enjoys his tennis, and thank you so much, Next, for your continued sponsorship of the Pro Shootout. Back to our match here. Ohta has to be really careful because of her game style. Giving up a 3-love lead, it's hard to have that discipline and willpower to come back and win on consistency, especially when it's hot and humid like today. So let's see how she reacts to this score deficit early in the second set. Love 15. She appears to want to go for it. And the volley off target, 15 all, set the play up well. It was inside the service line. Should be able to control that one. (30-15). I still think if Ohta wants to try to come back in this set, she's got to slow the game down again and really make Ramirez work for every single point. Nice finish that time, made the overhead. 30-40. that was a close one, but it was good. Back to deuce. Nice attacking tennis. Again, forced an error. Add in. She did try her moonball pickoff as I had recommended a couple of games ago. Put the volley right back to her opponent, however, and Ramirez executed a well-placed passing shot. Back to deuce. Ohta, tremendous defense. Again, I think Ramirez had a couple of finishing opportunities at the net and didn't quite choose the right shots, and Ohta got back in the point. In particular, that first bouncing short backhand should have been a drop shot. She was well back to defend against the power finish. Hold it, drop it. Add in. Now, Brian and Guga have just arrived. They're not mic'd up yet, but I hear Brian making all sorts of noises over here watching this last point, and he's just saying, I'm glad I'm not playing Ohta because it would drive me crazy. All these high, slow balls, I don't know what I'm going to do out there. And there's another high, slow ball. And she missed the swing volley.
You're right, Bob. I did see that last point. I was like, oh my God, I was dying. I was out of breath just watching that point. I mean, that we had. I wasn't counting the number of shots there, but it looked like about 40, maybe 50 balls. And man, these two girls, two young women,
yes,
really working out there. But
back to deuce. Too bad for Ohta. I thought she set that up just the way she wanted to. Another exceptionally good point. Now, both these players, of course, they probably wouldn't be in this event if they had high-level net games, because both of them have the one thing in common: setting it up really pretty well, but being unable to finish once they get to the front of the court. Most of the time. They've hit some winners, but by and large, their skills are far superior hitting ground strokes.
Ohta has a lot of variety on her ground strokes. She, sometimes she nails the forehand, but really goes after it, and sometimes she just puts it back high and deep, which just creates all kinds of problems for everybody. The moon balls are not easy to defend, especially on a day like today where it is much hotter than yesterday. Much more humid than yesterday is really the issue. There you got a good variety, good look at the variety of Ohta, where she was cracking the ball. She was, her opponent Ramirez couldn't keep up with the pace.
Well, that skill that Ohta has of changing from what I would call almost first gear, that really slow ball, to a solid third gear ball, not only within a match, but within the same rally. It is a lot tougher than you would think, because
I agree.
Ramirez, you can see on the other side of the net, she's been pretty reliable third gear, and her body doesn't have to do any adjustment whatsoever, deciding upon what she's going to try.
Oof. I think Ohta had tried the left-hander right there. She had a left. Was that did she switch hands and try a left hand to grab that last ball?
I'm not sure, but it certainly didn't hit her target. I think she wanted it to go straight down the line.
I think you're right.
Took her time there.
Yeah, but she backed off and let that ball land. I was a little unsure, but she handled it nicely.
Yes. That sky-high ball, though, making a swing volley, probably in our generation, that was an overhead on a bounce. Letting it bounce and come up nice and high and snapping off the overhead. But she executed pretty well, built the point.
When you say you mean your generation? In my generation, maybe I would have done what she did.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Especially
my generation, there's still a few of us left, but
I think she's up in. I think that ball was up in the sun and made I can't quite see, but I think it was up in the sun and made it overhead very difficult. Again, it's much hotter today. It's much more humid today. The real feel index I saw just a moment ago is 103. So you got to think about on the court what it feels like. It's probably 20 degrees hotter than that feels like on the court.
And Ohta's fought back to take this game and has made it 3-1. Big game. So just yesterday, Brian, you were saying how wonderful it was that we weren't playing on the hottest day of the year.
Yeah.
In the pro shootout. But guess what?
Today
is. It's really tough out there.
Yeah. Take a look in on court 8 there, and we see what have the score there of Shue up set, and looks like she's up a break, serving to go up 5-3. But again, another tight match out there on this hot day here at Chestnut Ridge. Now we have Ramirez serving at 1-3. with Ohta taking the first set. Again, we're the third. If this does go to a third set here, it's going to be a match tiebreaker. Again, one of these two, we're going to have to play another match later today for the championship. And you know, it kind of sounds like a blessing to be in the finals, but it also sounds like a little bit of torture to me.
Yeah, but then you see the size of the prize money check. Maybe you say, I'm willing to go through it. Yeah. $850 to win today for the women's singles.
Like we're gonna get our two men's semifinals started on courts 9 and 7. Perhaps move one of them over when this match finishes. See, I like Ohta's body language, though. She's got her head held up high. She doesn't appear to be breathing very hard.
I'm sorry, which player are you referring to?
Ohta. She's walking with some confidence.
Right off the
line. That was, we came off of Ramirez's racket. It looked like she popped it up a little bit and was going to sit up either or go long. And but look, when bad luck right off the tape and created a much tougher shot for Ohta than she thought. Well, now Ohta is. She was just kneeling down there. I don't know. She's cramping, or maybe I was.
Well, Brian, you weren't here, neither was Guga, but in the third game of the first set, Ramirez went down and turned her ankle.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
And there was like a 10-minute pause while she got medical attention.
Okay.
And Brad Breakstone, I always say he does 10 jobs at this tournament. He just took on number 11 as he went into emergency medicine mode and wrapped her ankle for her. And I must say, she has not looked the worse for wear since that wrapping of the ankle. Well, she's moving, to me, just the way before it happened.
Well, Brad is a man of many hats, and that's impressive. I'll tell you, the number of players, or the lack of number of players that wear ankle supports is always, to me, is surprising, especially the way players now are sliding on hard courts and that. But look, I think if Zverev was wearing an ankle support when he rolled over his ankle and tore his Achilles at the French Open a couple years ago, he doesn't miss a year and perhaps has a French Open title. I know, I understand they're a little cumbersome to get on sometimes, but I've been wearing them since college, and they saved me a couple of ankle rolls. And Andy Roddick always wore ankle supports. Andy Murray always wore ankle supports. I really think more players should be wearing them.
So another tough, even Steven game here. We're at 30 all with Ramirez serving. right off the back of the line.
That was
What a tough point.
that was a really interesting point. It was the battle of the moonballs, and yeah, I got to tell you, Bob, I would like to see Ohta use the play that I call the loopy sneaky a little more often. And
Well, the thing is, her moonball, it's not that heavy. If she were hitting it a little heavier, but it's sort of sitting there a little bit. It's high enough, but
but it's
not,
not like Ramirez is taking him on the rise. She's there's always, it looks like almost at every point, like right here, there's right down the center of the court where Ramirez is at the fence, almost hitting
yeah,
hitting
she
a ball.
is.
If Ohta sprinted to the net, she'd have an easy volley there. Ohta.
Once again, another long game.
Yep. A couple furry fans over there. I believe they belong to you, Bob.
They do.
They look excited to be here.
As long as they're close to their mommy, they're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. She was thinking about it there.
That's the one she should be coming in.
Out.
That's going to go wide. Little too much on that one. Okay, now we're going over to court 8, where we have Shue has a match point. Looks like she's got 3 match points.
Nice play.
Looks like Val did close out the match out on court 8. So we have our first women's finalist, Valerie Shue, the hometown favorite. Right, so the home club favorite. So now back on to
Ohta
court
forcing
10.
another deuce here. This has been some battle in terms of the scoring back and forth.
That looked like a little bit, actually a little bit of a tired forehand there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, track that down.
Again,
That's very nice.
being able to finish in the front of the court, couldn't quite do it.
Okay, Bob, I'm going to turn the mic over to Google for the remainder of this one, and I'll see you when the men's matches start.
Okay. So Guga, I don't know if you know, down at the law firm, you know, the new cases come in, and Brian always asks at the meeting, is it going to the Supreme Court? And if the answer is no, he's like, okay, you guys take it. So I'm teasing him a little. He does have his thing for the men's tennis, but here we go. This has been an extremely entertaining, close match. And definitely endurance has to start to come into play here in this one, because not just the temperatures and everything, obviously, but most of these points are extremely long. There are very few points that are like 3 hits, 4 hits, and it's over.
Yes, that's definitely the case here. If I was on this court, I would be passed out at this point. I don't think I'd be able to get through these points. It's quite impressive how they're able to keep playing great tennis through this many shots each point.
Another nice swing volley. And Ohta has started to show, Bob, I heard you about my net game, and I'm going to show you that you're wrong. I can finish up here.
Yeah. Now let's look at another one of the great sponsors here for this pro shootout. How about a 60-year sponsor, Next? With offices in New York, London, Paris, Milan, Los Angeles, and Miami, Next Management is the leading global fashion management agency, connecting top talent in fashion entertainment with prominent international brands. Founded by Faith Cates and Joel Wickenfield, Next is known for discovering and propelling the world's most recognizable models to stardom. Next has forged personal brands for an impressive roster of talent by building dynamic relationships with partners and ensuring long-lasting careers. Thank you to Next for sponsoring this year's Pro Shootout.
Mm-hmm.
So Bob, from what I've seen in this match, I don't know if earlier they hit some of this, but neither of them seems to want to hit their overhead. Both of Ohta seems to be going with the swinging volley in that situation, and Ramirez seems to move back and take the ball off the bounce a lot of the time and give it an opportunity for an overhead.
Well, I think that's accurate. First of all, they're both doing a great job of one thing that I teach, which is if you're going to make a defensive lob and you're outside, put it up really high, because the higher the ball is height that it's dropping from, it's passing through the contact faster and faster. It's actually accelerating through there. So that makes it tougher. In addition, on the side closest to us, right around 1 o'clock, the sun is brutal. So you're looking up. If you're looking up for too long, you're going to get blinded and not get a good look at that overhead. One of the secrets there is to let it bounce without looking at the ball, and then get in the right place and then look up at the last second rather than staring up the way you normally would to line up an overhead, so that you're not blinded by the light.
That one goes just out there. So love 15. Another thing I saw you guys mention it earlier, Ohta, she attacks occasionally, but seems to be the more defensive player in today's matchup.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, but it's also one of the things that makes her difficult to play, because you're not sure what type of ball is coming back.
Yes, definitely a difficult player to play.
Good call there. That ball came over from the men's match on the next court.
Yes.
back in. Volley was just wide. Set that one up beautifully. It did not have to go, obviously, that close to the line. She had her moving the wrong way. A foot inside would have done it for sure. So while our match is going on, Gus is going to interview our semi-finalist. Let me get the name right. Kesmat Tawil from Egypt. She gave Shue, the top seed, a really tough match. They just finished. Please Google.
So first, I'd like to congratulate you on a great weekend. You played some great tennis out there. So, looking at the match, it was tight all the way straight through, right? What exactly was working for you to keep this match tight throughout?
I tried to constantly put pressure on her by stepping in, trying to be solid. She's a pretty solid player. She doesn't miss much. She doesn't give me easy shots. So I tried to stay more solid, but it was tough.
Yeah. And so, when you look online, it says you're from Egypt. And are you in college or high school?
Yeah, I'm in college. I just finished my freshman year, starting my sophomore year next September.
And what has that transition been like from tennis in Egypt to college tennis here in the U.S.?
It's pretty different. It's been pretty cool, honestly. Very different lifestyle. Much more tennis than at home. More pressure. I've been enjoying it a lot.
That's
great. I have one quick question. You did get off to an extremely good start in the match. 3-love lead, and then she crept back to 5-3 her, and then you managed to tie it at 5-5. Did she raise her game at 3-love down, or did you let up a little bit, or how would you say, what happened at that turning point?
I think it was me going down a bit. I was pretty solid. I wasn't missing. And I found my rhythm. Then I kind of overdid it. I was trying to go for too much. I wasn't playing safe. I was going for too much winners. I think that's why she started finding her rhythm. She started finishing her shots, and yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
And now looking a little bit more to your previous matches, right? If you could give us a little bit of a breakdown of how you were able to get to this point, how exactly your second match was, if you can remember.
You're talking about the first match I played?
Yes, first match, sorry.
How was it, you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, this is my first summer tournament, so last time I played was in April for college. So I was just kind of lost a bit, kind of trying to find my rhythm and trying to get into the match more, because it's not easy when you stop for 3 months and play again. So I was kind of lost, but I'm happy I was able to get through it. Yeah.
Well, let me just say one thing that impressed me in all of your matches, because I saw you play a little bit yesterday as well, is your footwork. You really make a tremendous effort. You're light on your feet. You recover back to the middle quickly, making it tougher for your opponent to find some kind of opening. So that's always a pleasure to watch, when someone can be light on their feet and moving like that. So well done. It was really a pleasure having you here at the Shootout.
Thank you.
Yes, once again, congratulations on a great weekend, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you again next year, and good luck in college.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you for having me.
Meanwhile, Ramirez did break serve, and she's up 4-2 now, just starting a new game in the second set. Moonball pickoff. Short volley on purpose. Beautifully done that time. Oh. So Val Shue is with us right now. She just won that semifinal match. And Guga's got a few questions for her, and I'll chime in if appropriate.
So we interviewed you after yesterday's match, which, at least to our eyes, looked a little bit easier, right? What exactly was more difficult and in today's match? Like, what exactly did your opponent do to make the match more difficult?
She was very aggressive. She took everything on the rise, didn't wait for it, so I had little time to hit my shots. And the first, well, I was down 3-0, and it took me a while to get used to that, her being aggressive and stepping in. And then I had to be more aggressive back and try and keep the ball deep to not allow her to be as aggressive.
Well, you were obviously successful because you turned Love 3 into 5-3U.
Yeah.
So, well done to make that adjustment. Where does that come from? Is there like a little voice in your head telling you you got to change tactics?
Yeah, I can feel myself in the first 3 games getting really light on all the shots. The games were still close though. I mean, I was getting to at least 30 in each game, so if I could just hang in there and not make as many mistakes, and then as I gain more confidence, I could be more aggressive.
Well done.
Yes, and I know you just played. Out of the two playing in front of us right now, do you know? Have you ever played either of them? No.
No, never played either of them.
Okay, and then going a little bit back to the match. So the second set, you broke her to win the match, right?
Yes.
And that game, you were rock solid, right? So what exactly happened in that final game that allowed you to break and win the match?
I think in the previous set, I was up 5-3 in the exact same scenario. She was serving. I was up 30-love, and then I was up 40-15, and I still lost that game. So this game, I was determined to win. And also, the sun was on her side. So, and her 2 previous service games on that side, I had won. So I knew that with the sun, it was going to be more difficult. So I just stayed steady.
Excellent. So the heat, did that affect you at all, or do you just feel the match was short enough you were okay out there?
Yeah, the heat didn't affect me. I think because I went to South Carolina a couple of weeks ago to play the clays, and it was extremely hot and humid down there, so anything slightly less feels okay.
No, I mean, forgive my French, but you know, good training for South Carolina is to go to hell for a couple of days and feel what it's like to be really hot. I mean, it was, your mom was telling me how really difficult it was. So
Yeah, it was.
way to bounce back from that, because I know you didn't feel well for a while.
No.
Yeah.
Well, more questions, Bob? Or?
No, I'm just looking forward to the finals coming up, and get yourself whatever, you take a shower, you get something to drink and eat, and get ready for later on. Well done, Val.
Thank you.
Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
So Ohta has a break point here. We wouldn't expect anything else because this whole match has been so close, back and forth the entire time. So ooh, that took a tough bounce. I mean, there was some good spin on there too, but it wasn't break point. It was add in. So that's game. It's 5-2 now for Ramirez.
So it looks like this match is trending towards a third set super tiebreak, unless Ohta's able to break back, of course, and hold her serve.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a super is coming right now. But, like I said, all these games have been so close. Do sad. It's not going to be easy, I don't think, to close out this match for Ramirez.
Yes, it's never easy to finish off a match, right? Or finish off a set even. It's no matter the conditions. The heat doesn't help, of course, right? So it will still be difficult for Ramirez to finish off this set, and she can't think too far ahead right now, right? You can't get too far ahead, and you got to focus on this set and closing it out. You can't get too relaxed, right?
Absolutely, can't let down. But I would say I have one other instance where I had trouble closing out a match, where I was playing so well that I didn't want it to end, because I was enjoying so much the feeling of mastery that came with doing everything pretty much the way I wanted. And it was time to win the match and have it over. And I was like, no, I don't want this to end. I want to keep playing like this. But, obviously I did get it done. But
Yeah.
there is that other emotion when you're playing at the peak of your game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So again, the type of points we saw a little bit of in Val's match with the Egyptian woman, they were, as they were both described, attacking and shorter points. It's going to be interesting, whoever makes it to the final and has played a series of far longer points, how their endurance holds up once we get to the next match of the day.
Yeah. For both players, you kind of want to try to get this one done, right? Because it's definitely tough how long this match has gone.
Well done.
Yeah, that's the tennis Ohta needs, right? We saw a little more aggressiveness there than we have seen, but still using the moon ball to find her opportunities.
Tremendous placement there by Ramirez.
And Bob, so Ramirez yesterday had a few easier matches. Her match went a little quicker than Ohta's, as Ohta played a 2.5-hour match yesterday in her quarterfinal match where she edged it out in a super tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's more likely that for Ohta to lose her endurance because of that, or do you think because of the day's rest it's more of an even playing field when it comes to that?
I think it's even. What a great recovery that was. Beautifully done. She had a long way to run, and that was a really good drop shot. The ball had tons of underspin. It was really dying on the court. Great job.
Yes. Ramirez had the opportunity there, was not able to take advantage of it. So Ohta leads 40-15. Good point
Too
there.
bad. She had a chance to hit that extra high sky lob and just didn't quite get a hold of it. But that would have been the right shot there. Make her opponent think about it. And like you were noticing earlier, Guga, the overhead isn't her most confident shot. You would have wanted her to have to hit that there.
Yeah.
Just wide.
So 40 all here.
Again, they're both sticking to their vow. No easy games for anybody.
Yeah, definitely not giving any easy games.
Out.
So now a chance to break for the set here for Ramirez.
The high lob did her get her right back in the point, though. She was able to have another couple swings at it.
As that will be the set. So we are going to a super tiebreaker here on court 10. And now taking a look at court 8, where we have a match between Karl Poling and Douglas Yaffa. Poling leading 2-1 as they are 40 all here. As that one goes long there for Poling. So a chance to break back here for Douglas Yaffa. We saw Poling yesterday on court number 10, and you mentioned it, that forehand speed, consistently, his average forehand speed is very high, and it's still very consistent.
I did, but I also added one other thing. If you include his backhand, he has the highest average speed between the two of anyone in the tournament. So he's giving his opponents that little bit less time to get ready and do what they would like to do with the ball. And so far, it's made a big difference in his matches.
Yes. As now you've got both matches on the screen. As Ramirez and Ohta prepare to go to a super tiebreaker for the third set. And Yaffa and Poling on court 8. 2-all there. And it looks like, yep, we are going all in on the Ramirez-Ohta match here on court number 10.
Okay, so this is where you know what Brian would be asking me. Who do I pick?
Yeah.
So go ahead, ask me.
So who do you pick?
It's so tight, but I'm going to go with Ohta by a nose, like a 10-8.
I agree with you on that one. I think Ohta's just been more consistent, less unforced errors, and as you mentioned yesterday, 90% of matches, whoever has less unforced errors wins the match, right? So I do think Ohta has a slight edge here.
Well, just to make you acquainted, you know, you hear this all the time when you listen to commentators. They talk all the time about momentum.
Yes.
So, who won the second set?
Ramirez.
Ramirez, 6-2, pretty convincing.
Yeah.
So, by the momentum theory, she has the momentum. Because she just was more recently doing well.
Yep.
I am not a big subscriber to momentum because you listen to people talk and they say all the time, oh, the momentum has shifted. Oh, hold it. I thought it was worth something.
Yeah.
If it's shifting all the time, what is it really? It doesn't really. What is it?
I think momentum exists in other sports, but I think maybe it exists slightly in tennis. But it's not as prevalent as with tennis. It's 1 point at a time, right? So things can change in a matter of seconds.
Took her time nicely. Good finish from Ramirez, and this is the time Ramirez wants to keep playing because the sun is behind the clouds. So when she does come to the net, she really doesn't have to deal with it.
Yes.
1-all.
Does seem like the sun has come. As I say that, it's coming back.
It's coming back. Again, the high lob gets her out of trouble. Tremendous point really from both players. Each had moments of moving each other around the court there, but could not finish the high ball up close.
Yeah. Definitely the shot I would keep going to here if I'm Ohta, because as some say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah.
So if it's working, I'd just keep going to it.
Make her have to beat you against that particular type of ball. Exactly.
I think Ramirez forgot what side to serve to here.
Yeah. Could have been a drop shot. And uses her own lob there to get out of trouble.
Yeah.
2-2. That sneak attack was a really good one from Ohta. Maybe could have anticipated, since it was a slice racket face, that the lob was coming. It was a pretty good one, but if you anticipate you're back a step sooner, maybe you can actually hit that ball with more authority.
Yeah.
Now, let's go.
3-2, Ohta.
Yeah, so she now leads by a mini break, but as we mentioned earlier, doesn't mean much, right? You've got to hold serve, and
Well, you'd like to, but neither one of these players is winning many points with their serve, so
yes,
I would agree with you. The serve is merely a way to start the point. It's not like in the men's tennis we're going to see in a little bit, where it can lead directly to an error or an easy ball.
Yeah.
She comes in again. 3-3, and we switch sides.
Great commentary again by Minnie Rodrigo and Mice/Bob. It's suspected.
It's probably Meisner.
It's suspected it's Brad Macy.
Maisie, that's who I meant. Maisie.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, if it was Meisner, he'd be complimenting himself on his own commentary. That does sound like him, though. He would do that. 3-3. Not really liking the choice there. Trying to come in and pick off Moonball with the sun still a factor.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're starting to get a couple of those unforced errors, and that's probably your ticket to the next round.
Yes.
And there's one right there.
Yeah.
Three, 4. Too bad. That's sort of the play that Ohta wanted. She wanted her coming in. Had a pretty good look at that ball and didn't hit her target. 4-all.
Yeah. But as you said earlier, for Ramirez, she doesn't have to switch gears too much. With Ohta, you go from the high lob to that. It is a little difficult to switch gears as much.
Missed it wide.
So Ramirez able to keep things on serve here.
5-4. Well, there's a feeling you can have if you get good on a clay court. And it's expressed by the simple idea of do nothing. If I was Ohta, I'd be doing nothing right now. Let Ramirez win the match by her decision making, her shots. You simply keep the balls pretty good, keep them in, do nothing. That could go long, and it does. Now that's where the change of pace really came in. It went slow ball, and then just that bunch more solid, just enough so that she didn't get in position. That was a great point from Ohta. We're at 5-all.
Yes.
What a shot.
It's now 6-5 in favor of Ohta.
That could have been a little bit of a tired response, I think, because that shot was obviously right next to the line.
Yeah.
Plenty of spin, decent pace, but given that she was so far back, I thought she should have had her racket on that ball. There it is. She stuck to the game plan there, even though her opponent was going to be right in position to make that shot. And it's time to switch sides, players.
So 7-5 Ohta. As a little bit of an update on the match that was originally scheduled to be on court 10 and will move here after this set. Christopher Bulus has won the first set in that match, so an early lead for him.
Looking forward to watching him play. Second seed here. From what I've seen out of the corner of my eye, extremely strong. So can't wait to have him move over. But first, we need to finish up this extra tight women's semifinal.
Yes. You've got to be pretty good to be top 1,100 in the world right now. And so that right there alone should tell you, before even watching him, he's got some pretty good tennis in him. So Ramirez will serve down 7-5.
Yes. It's a big point right here. Ooh, she sprays one. 8-5.
So that's got to give Ohta some confidence here. Up 2 mini breaks. So now 9-5 in favor of Ohta, as she will have a minimum of 4 match points here. 4 shots at winning the match, at least. 4 points, yeah.
Well, she has sort of adopted my strategy of do nothing here towards the latter part of the tiebreaker for sure. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. She's forcing the errors from Ramirez, and that has worked in her favor.
Wow. Now, I used to play a buddy and he was more of an aggressive player than me. And when he would win a point like that against me, I'd say, just 3 more and you're back to deuce. And that's what I'd be saying to myself now if I'm Ohta. I know that took a lot out of you, but she's got to do that 3 more times in a row.
Yeah.
Or you've got the match. So
exactly.
Just stick with the plan.
Yeah. Can't let 1 point change your plan completely.
No. There it is.
Not the ending this match deserved.
No, not at all.
Not at all, but Sanae Ohta is able to take it 6-2, 6-4, 2-6, 10-6 in the Super, as Shue will advance to the finals to face off against the number 1 seed, Valerie Shue.
Great. I will see you in a little bit. I'm taking a little break. Brian will be coming in.
Okay, everybody, we're back here with one of our 2 semifinals here with Karl Poling versus Doug Yaffa out there on court 8 with Poling just won the first set 6-2. Brian Meisner back here, and I have Guga here with me in the booth. Poling got off a little bit of a slow start. It was a little tight at 2-all in the first set, and then Poling reeled off 4 straight games there against Yaffa. Was opening up the court big with that forehand and his kick serve.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm a little surprised because last time I even looked at the court, it looked pretty even, and then just to come back and see the score 6-2, Poling must have realized and made some adjustment to take that big lead.
Yeah, well, I watched a lot of that first set, and Yaffa was having a lot of trouble getting his first serve in. Was missing a lot of first serves, and it was really costing him a lot of points because Poling was getting a lot of good looks at his serves. He was taking the ball very nicely, and I think Yaffa loses a lot on his first by not making his first serve. He is a big, powerful kid. And he's got to get that first serve in and get some more free points there to help him out in his service games. So in court 10, it looks like they're sweeping the court here a little. Tournament director is sweeping the court. The tournament director is wearing a lot of different hats today. You heard before, he also was the trainer wrapping one of the players' ankles, and he's sweeping the court, and so he does court maintenance, he does a little refereeing, sometimes he's the tournament director, he's the caterer of the tournament as well, he sells the sponsorships of the tournament, What else do we? Oh, he gets the players out there on the court assignments, gives them the balls. He's doing a lot here. Good job here by Brad Breakstone. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to try to move over to the other semifinal between Bulus and Sachin Palta, where it looked like I think Bulus took the first set in that one, and looks like he is serving down 1-2. So they're on serve, it looks like, in the second set. But man, the level of play of these two guys is just, all four of these semifinals is just off the charts, man. This is my first chance to get a good look at Bulus, and Bulus is just he gets so much, his racket head speed is just absolutely exceptional. So, we have a player here in the booth. Why don't you come on in and grab that microphone there? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
So, tough match out there today, huh?
Yeah. What
A
a
little
hassle.
tired?
A little tired. It was tough with the ankle. Second game and twisted.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It happens.
So a little good news, bad news. Bad news is unfortunately you didn't come out on top here today, but the good news is you don't have to play again.
Yeah.
Right?
True. I still gotta go to work, but
Yeah. So you can go in there and get a cold shower, and but tell us, give us some of your thoughts about the match.
it was great. It was awesome to feel like the competitive spirit back after college. I just graduated, so.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. So it feels nice to be out there again and competing.
Yeah.
Competing for myself, it's not about
A little
my
different
college.
than in college tennis, right?
So I mean, tough match it's it was good. I don't have anything. I feel like I should have played better, but it's okay.
Well, she had a tough game. Wasn't letting
she
you get
buried the
comfortable,
game.
right?
Yeah.
A lot of different variety of the balls. Like what were you? What was your strategy going into the match?
I knew that I had to win every point. She was not gonna. She just won a few points, but she wasn't that aggressive. So everything was on my hands, but it was tough. I was a little tired. It was tough to win points that long. So, yeah.
So you just graduated from Columbus State.
Yeah.
And Columbus, Georgia, I would say.
Yeah.
We had a player here a few years ago in the tournament from a men's player from Columbus State, Alvaro Regalado. So you're continuing the Columbus State tradition here at Chestnut Ridge. But so now that you've completed your college career, what are your plans?
So far, I'm working in a country club, and I want to keep around here in the States and play a few more UTRs and see how it goes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Good. We'll go.
So you're originally from Colombia,
Yeah.
and I assume there's definitely a difference in playing tennis there compared to collegiate tennis here, right? Like just playing in general. So how was the change from playing tennis in Colombia to playing tennis here?
Well, over here, I feel like I learned a lot more on how to compete, not just for myself, for a team. And that's the part that I missed a lot from college, learning how to, play for something bigger than you. That's what my coach always told me, play for something bigger than yourself. And I think that's what I learned a lot, and that's the huge difference from playing back home than playing from here.
Well, Mariana, thanks for joining us for a little bit. It was nice to get to know you a little bit, and thanks for playing in the tournament.
Thank you.
And we wish you the best of luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So now we're here with we're looking in still on Polling and Yaffa. It looks like Polling is. I'm sorry, Yaffa serving is that the first game of the second set?
Yes, first game of the second
So 30
set.
all, and looks like we're about to continue here with Bulus and Palta here on the show court 10. So looks like just a couple finishing up the court maintenance here, and looks like Palta's going to serve. Maybe we could get that matchup. Okay.
All I've been told is that Bulus is up a set currently. unsure of the score. Tournament director Brad was able to convey the score during all of the great things he's been doing this weekend. As you said, the 11 jobs.
All right, he was also keeping score for the Yaffa Palta match. I mean, I'm sorry, Yaffa polling match. Okay, so now we're here with Palta serving. You can see, wow, the speed that these guys are hitting the ball with a pace. Really, really tremendous. So we'll get the score momentarily.
Yeah.
Introduce these two players. Palta is going to be going into his junior year at Columbia. Will play primarily at the numbers 5 and 6 positions. But he's a really local kid. He's from, I was talking to him yesterday, he's from Forest Hills, Queens, and has really improved over the couple of years that I've been watching him play. Christopher Bulus is now living, I believe, in White Plains, originally from Nigeria, and I believe he played Davis Cup for Nigeria this year, and holds a current ATP ranking of, I believe it's 1106, okay. So he's been out there competing on the futures circuit, maybe a couple of the challenger levels, but he watches racket head speed as he hits his forehand. It's really tremendous.
Yeah. All these guys, great forehands. Especially Bulus and Poling. I feel like you see that there's like a gap because those two guys, the racket head speed, the consistency of the forehand is just unmatched. At least from what I've seen.
I'd agree with that. They do appear to be the collision course in the finals. Bulus overcooked that forehand just a little bit, and maybe deep in this, getting into the second set here, and they've been out in the court now for about a little over an hour. He could be getting to him again. It is very, very, very hot and humid here today.
Yeah, tough conditions, especially compared to yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday, much breezier, less sunny day, and then you come today, and it's pretty hot. Like I think you mentioned earlier, it feels like it's over 100 degrees out here.
Yeah, it does. We're sitting here under the tent up here behind us, all this equipment. It feels like we're in an oven.
Yeah. As we see a double there from Palta.
We're still trying to get the official score for you. It looks like it's 30, might be 30-15 now in this game, and
yeah, but it appears Palta up a game according to the scoreboard. Up a game but down a set here.
I was, in fact, the ball caught Horse a little bit by surprise and landed on the baseline. And looked like he thought it was going to go. Okay, so that's game there for Palta. So
yeah,
looks like Palta's up 2-0 now in the second set after Bulus took the first.
Yes. Wow.
Big out wide serve there. A lot of action on that one. So 15 love.
Yeah. An impressive serve there. Right in the corner. Perfect power. Difficult one to return.
Yeah, I like how Bulus has the neon yellow shoes on and the neon yellow strings, so you can really see how fast his feet move and how fast he swings through the ball.
Yes. Oh my. What a forehand there.
Yeah. It's 30 love. Good guy. I know you interviewed Christopher Bulus yesterday. What you learn about him?
I learned a lot about him, actually. You'd be surprised. The common theme that I've seen in a lot of these interviews with international players is the difference in level. You come to the U.S. for collegiate tennis, and there's just a huge difference, right? Bulus especially, he said that he played Division II his first 3 or 4 years, so and then he transferred to UNLV for his final year. So that's very impressive. He made his way, because a lot of these guys here, we see them immediately going to Division I. He worked his way up to Division I, so I was very impressed with how good his level is and how good of an interview he gave me.
Oh, good. He works hard out there on the court, I'm sure. So. First serve was a little long, so Bulus' second serve here, serving at 30-15. Wow, what a kick.
Oh my.
Palta put in a really strong cross-court backhand approach to the shot there, and man, Bulus stayed low and went right through the ball and was able to hit a very, very strong passing shot there. So 40-15 now for Bulus.
Yeah.
I just saw a ball from Poland's court go over and into the woods, but I'm not sure we should be sending the kids in there like Shue wanted to yesterday.
Yeah.
Into the woods.
What a drop shot there.
Bulus was able to keep pushing Palta back and then just driving through his backhand there, and a really, really strong drop shot there.
Yeah.
So Bulus takes the game, and now the they'll switch sides at Palta will be serving at 2-1.
Yeah, and the other thing I gotta say, with the ball going over, Diadem provides some great balls. They definitely brought enough, so we can spare getting opening another can, give you another ball there. No need to send kids into bushes with bees.
I agree with that. And thank you again, Diadem, for sponsoring the tournament. Your tennis balls are really, really good stuff.
First set, right? Second set. What was the first set? 6-1.
Two players changing sides now, getting a little bit of a war there. Oh, Bulus is up 4-1 in the second half? I think so. Oh, well, it looks like we didn't have an accurate score at all. And looks like Bulus is up 4-1 in the second set, won the first set 6-1. So they were not keeping an accurate scorecard out there on the court there, and Bulus is now big time in control of this match.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I've watched Palta play a few times. He's very, very good, and for Bulus to kind of plow through this match this way is just really tremendous.
Yes. Yeah, and talking about the interviews, Palta yesterday took a gap year after high school. He told me Columbia was his dream school, and he took that gap year specifically to go to Columbia. Was in contact with the coach throughout the year, so he was dead set on going to Columbia for tennis, and he reached that goal.
That's great stuff. I really admire that he was able to do that. He's got himself in a great program there with great coaches and and a great team, around great people, and he's only going to continue to improve. not to mention they have the great facility that Columbia has.
Oh, my.
If any of you out there haven't gotten to watch a match at Columbia, their new $20 million tennis facility is really one of the gems of college tennis. It's absolutely beautiful. There's 6 indoor courts and 6 outdoor courts on the roof. So they have the ability now to play both indoor and outdoor matches, so they can host NCAA matches at their facility. And it's really, really a beautiful facility.
Yes, a beautiful facility. I got the opportunity to play a match there for my school outdoors, and it's like you're playing the match. I got a little distracted at one point. A great view behind, too.
Yeah, really great view of the Hudson River and the bridge, and up there at Baker Field at the tip of Manhattan. And Columbia has been become a perennial powerhouse in college tennis. They've last 2 years they've been in the top 10. For the last 15 years they've been in the top 20, about maybe a little less than 15 years, but they're competing every year now for at the top of the national level.
Yeah. And I believe Michael Zhang, he's still a #1 player in the nation.
Michael Zhang was I believe he did finish the year at the #1 player in the nation. Won the NCAA individual championships in the fall last year, and we'll be getting a qualifying wild card into the U.S. Open this year.
Exciting stuff.
For the 3rd year in a row, I believe, he'll be playing the qualifying.
Yeah.
And there was a playoff for that wild card, and he did lose in the finals to Stefan Dostanic from Wake Forest. So Stefan will get the main draw wild card for the U.S. Open. But Michael Zhang is another one who just keeps getting better and better and better.
Yes.
And I believe he is coming back this year for his senior year. Break point here for Bulus. Or 5-1, and this is a virtual match point here.
Yeah. You never know with tennis, but yeah.
It seems that way here today, right?
Yeah, it does.
Big wide kick serve there from Palta. Oh, Bulus, man, did he just work his tail off to get back in there, and Palta he hit a really strong backhand down the line there after getting Bulus almost into the side fence, and Bulus just slid over nice and easy, put a forehand deep back into the almost at the baseline, and Palta couldn't come up with the goods there, so Bulus gets another break, and the serve here up 5-1.
Yes.
So serving for the match.
Yeah. Impressive showing so far from Bulus.
was a nice point for Palta. Really stayed in it was able to stay in the point there. Didn't really give Bulus anything to hit. And I think that's it has to do a lot more than that. I think he gives Bulus anything a little short, anything a little bit that sits up a little bit. That Bulus is going to make him pay, and it's going to be pretty tough for Palta to get back in the point.
Yes.
I think this is the kind of match that Palta could take a look at and say, you know what, this is what I got to do to get back.
Yeah.
This is the kind of match that really, exposes what the things that you can improve upon and really work on now for the rest of the summer before the fall college season gets going.
Yeah. Palta did say he does have an internship this summer with, I believe he said, with business. So.
Okay.
Yeah. He said he's not playing as much as he'd like to, but. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's part of life as well, and look, he's obviously preparing himself for life after tennis, and we can fault him for that.
Yeah.
And it's also not a bad idea to get a little break. The college season, it starts right when you get back to school, and with the individual tournaments in the fall, it runs through up to Thanksgiving, and then you get a few weeks off before you come back in January, and the season starts right away.
Yeah, as now 2 match points here for Bulus.
Yep.
That one falls out.
Also big return there, so Bulus will go to his second match point here.
Yeah.
He just makes you hit one more ball every time, and Palta able to get the point there and get this game back to deuce. But man,
yeah,
he makes it. Bulus just makes it look easy. Just stay in the point there, but that was a great point there by Palta.
Yeah, didn't give in at all. Just kept going. Hit 3 overheads that point.
2 or 3 to do 2 or 3.
Yeah, 2 or 3. Serve went out there.
Palta tried a little late and running around that forehand and puts the return in the net, and Bulus will have another match point.
Yes, his 3rd opportunity here.
Bulus is our first finalist on the men's side, taking out Sachin Palta 6-1, 6-1. Really high-level match despite the score. So there you take a look at the draw. Bulus will take on the winner of Polling and Yaffa, and we'll take a peek at that match now, and hopefully get an updated score in that match. So
Yeah.
pulling away now, up 6-2, 4-1. Again, despite the score there, that match seems like it's been pretty competitive.
Yeah.
6-2, 4-1, serving at 30-15. Beautiful play there by Poland. Forces Yaffa into the backhand corner there and gets the short ball.
Yeah.
So Poland now serving for a game point to go up 5-1 in the second set.
Yeah. We have it. Yeah.
Christopher Bulus looking to get off the court and into the shower, I think, very quickly there.
Yeah.
So, looks like it's 40-30 now for Poland. Another game point to go up 5-1.
Yeah, Mike.
Double fault there, so this game is now back at deuce. Brings this game to deuce. Big forehand there from Poland. Looks like it caught the line maybe, and to give him another game point. You see how hard these guys are working, man. They're really, really competing out there despite the score.
Yeah, impressive tennis out here today.
I hope they brought a lot of shirts because it is humid out here today. And back at deuce. Excuse me, back at deuce. Sorry, a little bit of water, a little bit. Match has been going on for about 90 minutes now, and again, it's very, very warm and humid out here today. Good serve there by Poland to get the short ball and an easy forehand put away. So another game point for Poland.
Yeah. A lot of great serves setting him up so far in these recent games for Poland.
Yeah. Looks like that serve might have just missed it. They're going to take a look at the mark. And Yaffa getting a real close look, and he's going to have. It looks like he's going to have to concede the point here. Now the referee is going to come out there and take a look at it. Trust the referee, Andy Weiss, making his way out to the court. Randy Weiss, I'm sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of a discrepancy there on whether or not the ball is in.
Yeah, well, it looks like the point was given to Poland, so Poland with the game up 5-1 now here in the second set. So Yaffa will have to serve to stay in the match.
Yes. So Yaffa serving to stay in the match and Poling trying to break to win the match. Let there. Good serve there from Yaffa as the return goes out.
15 love. Not a great drop shot there from Yaffa. Poland was
Yeah.
able to handle easily, and we're now 15 all.
Yeah, he popped that one up a little there. Not exactly how he wanted it to go.
Christopher's going to come out and going to try to get Sachin.
Yeah, Bulus said he won 6-1, 6-1. He was going and he wanted me to tell you the score.
Yeah, we're going to finish this match on 8. Yaffa serving 15 all. There you see Poling just using the entire court with that forehand to kind of push Yaffa all over the place, and now Poling is 2 points from the match.
Yeah. Great rallies, but you can see Poling kind of the difference there. Because Yaffa's got the shots, but you see as the rally goes on, Poling's consistency is consistently beating out Yaffa.
Yes, I agree. Big serve there from Yaffa to get this game back to 30 all.
Yeah. Is that his weapon, you'd say? What would you say is Yaffa's weapon?
Well, Yaffa, he's got a couple of weapons. He hits the ball very big off of both wings. His serve, it looks like it could be a weapon if he makes a few more first serves, but his backhand is really, really tremendous.
Take this one. How good was it?
Hmm?
Not an opportune time there for a double.
Yaffa brings up a match point here for Poling.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the match for Poling. So Poling beats Yaffa 6-2, 6-1, and he'll advance to the finals. He'll take on Christopher Bulus here a little bit later. And I think we're going to take a little bit break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you. And we're back again with another interview. Now we have men's finalist Christopher Bulus here. So let's start off. Can you break down that match for us that you just played?
I think it's one of those matches where you can say flawless because like from the start to the end, I was mentally focused in every point, and I think that really helped me because I knew he's a good player, so I can't afford to go up and down in the games. And yeah, the outcome went in my favor, I guess.
Yeah. And in that match, what would you say? Which you said you felt flawless mentally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which shot did you feel was working most for you?
Oh, today's my backhand. My backhand cross is just, I mean, I hit it and I just get the angles, get the depth, and like I had no problem hitting the backhand from the start to the end.
And if so, he's currently in college. You recently graduated college, right? If you had to give him a tip, right, like for what exactly he would need to do to reach that next level, what would you say to him?
I mean, for us, like, I mean, I know he's a good player, so what I did differently than what he did was I was able to have variation in my game style. I think for every high-level player, you can just stick to a certain play. And I know he probably has a variation, but in this match, I think he just gave me the same reading, the same pattern, and I just kept changing the pace for him.
And last question. So you mentioned yesterday you played Division II, and then your final year you played Division I.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you a little bit of motivation to see like, hey, I started from Division II, and you're working your way up from Division II, Division I, now the pros?
I think one big thing about me, I mean, like we talked yesterday, I'm from Nigeria, so like I've learned over the years that I cannot have regrets. I mean, you don't want to have regrets in terms of like if you have an opportunity to do something, you might as well try it. If it doesn't work, you know you did try it. So that's kind of the mantra that I have from D2. I was like, hey, I could play D1. Let me try to see it, even if I don't win. But I went D1 and I played well, and I was like, okay, maybe let me try pro, you know. And that's how it kept going. I mean, I might not be Alcaraz, but you know, like I know I did play professional. Yeah. So, yeah, that's for me. The goal is just to always aim higher.
Okay, thank you and good luck in the final, where you will face Karl, pulling the #1 seed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great player.
Yeah, great plan.
Let everyone know we'll be back.
And we'll be back in just a few minutes with the women's final.
3 minutes. Minute.
Guga, why don't you introduce the players, please? We're here for the women's final of the 2025 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout.
Yes, so today we've got a wild card and the number one seed facing off for the title here at the Pro Shootout. Our number one seed, Valerie Shue, her mother is a pro here. She's committed to Texas Tech University for collegiate tennis. She's from South Salem, New York. And then on the other side of the court, you've got Sanae Ohta, who played at Troy University, played a decent bit of her time there. And this is actually her first tournament in a while. So
just to be clear, Sanae is here on this close side of the net.
Yes.
And Val is on the opposite side as you're viewing the match. Match to start.
So good first serve there, and it forces the unforced error there.
Right off the line, I thought.
Yeah, a great point there from both ways.
It was. So I think one thing for our fans to look for here is height over the net battle. Ohta is going to prefer to play higher over the net. Val, when she can, a little lower over the net, and we're going to see how it works out for each of them.
So looking a bit into how each player got here, right? So Shue has won both of her matches so far in straight sets. 6-2, 6-0 in the first one and 7-5, 6-3 in her second match. And on the other side of the net, Sanae Ohta has played 3 total matches.
Now that was a beautiful overhead. Didn't overhit it. The depth on that lob, which so bothered her semifinal opponent. Val was calm, placed it beautifully. That's a good sign for her if she's making that shot.
Yes. And Ohta had a little more of a difficult path here as 2 of her 3 matches have gone to a third set.
Just now. 40-30.
Yep. Do you think that plays any sort of factor, with Ohta having played back-to-back matches in 3 sets, and Valerie having played no matches that have gone to a third set?
Oh, I think it's definitely going to have a factor today because of the heat. Ohta is here with a friend who said that physically she's a little bit tired, but it's more than made up for with her joy and enthusiasm for how well she's done in the tournament so far. So I think she's going to give us a good fight here.
Yes.
See that's where that low over the net ball can get you in trouble. You see that it fell short and it allowed Ohta to step in and make a placement. I'm not saying that was an easy shot, but it definitely was an opportunity to attack because the ball was short.
Yeah.
Made the passing shot, just enough spin to drop it in. Ohta has game 1.
Yes. Looks like Valerie Shue was expecting that one to go out there, but the spin brought it back in. Or kept it in, actually.
Kept it in, yep,
Yeah.
for sure. Now Val's match this morning, she did win 7-5, 6-3. It was straight sets, like you said, but she was down 3-love in the first set, and if you saw our interview with her, her opponent was being aggressive and taking charge of the points, and at that love 3 score, she decided she better get more on offense, and she turned that match around, won 5 straight games to 5-3 before closing it out 7-5. So that's always a good sign for a player when they can be in the middle of a match, they've got a losing sort of way of going, and they can adjust and say, I'm doing this differently. It doesn't always work, but most of the time it gives you a better chance.
Yes.
Little problem with the gate down at the end. Our grounds crew is heading out there.
Yeah, the tournament director Brad does just about everything this weekend.
Everything. Now he's going to retrieve the ball.
Yeah, hopefully no bees around that area.
Yes.
Yes. Tournament director Brad definitely needs to learn how to delegate.
Just long. Good solid point.
Yeah. Just out there. Just shot there from Ohta to force the miss from
It
Shue.
did. She got Val slightly off balance. That's a ball where definitely you were a little out of position. As a player, you'd want to be hitting higher over the net for sure, not missing that ball into the net.
Yeah.
Remember, height over the net equals time to get back in position. Takes longer to get to the opponent.
Yeah.
Excellent game there. Well played.
So that will level the match at 1-1.
Now that was just so clean and perfect. Beautiful volley from Val to finish that off. So from the front of the court, she's already had that good overhead from a game or so ago. And now this. I hope she's looking to get herself in even more often. Beautiful touch.
Great drop shot there. And well timed.
Well timed. She stopped and got her balance when she realized she wasn't going to get it out of the air, and then she could really take her time with that drop shot, not running up into the ball.
Yeah. And that will go out, which means we will see a break point opportunity here for Valerie Shue.
I'm not sure why Ohta has pretty much gone away from the high, extra high ground stroke that she used so successfully in a couple of other matches to sort of drive her opponents crazy, because that's part of the game. She's pretty much come out here and said, we're both going to try to go through the front door, no tricks.
Yeah, they might have to do with the length of our matches so far, maybe realizing, hey, might have to shorten up here and make the points a little quicker so I can get through the match, right? But it was exactly what was working for her. So yeah, maybe we'll see a tactical change soon. Who knows? Now let's look at another one of the great sponsors for this year's event, Horsesmouth, a second-year sponsor. Horsesmouth is a financial education platform that helps financial advisors, RIAs, insurance agents, and accountants educate their clients and grow their businesses. They offer top-notch educational programs, marketing campaigns, and software solutions to tackle retirement challenges like Social Security, Medicare, estate planning, and tax planning. Become a trusted retirement planning expert in your community with Horsesmouth's industry-leading financial education and software. Thank you to Horsesmouth once again.
Excellent serve to set up what sometimes looks like an easy finish, but that time she let Ohta move to one side and simply played a relatively safe ball to the other side. Yes. Excellent holding of the shot. Ended up being a double fault. So no one was put in danger, but that ball really should have been cleared off the field of play. It was well away from the net and could have been a potential problem for Ohta if she had gone up.
Yes. Yeah, player safety is the number one concern. As that one goes out there. So 30-15.
Well, that same shot did work a couple of games ago,
Yes.
but I'm a much bigger believer in the two-shot pass. Dip the first one low, the volley comes a little weaker, pass them on the second one, rather than right off the bat, nail it past the player.
Yeah.
Can't play it better than that. Val was defending pretty well. Beautiful playing from Ohta. Well, she did go to the high ball then, and it did cause a little problem because that next ball came back very short in the court.
Yeah. Break point opportunity here for her to try to break back here.
Set it up well. That was a nice play.
Yeah, but unfortunately it goes right into the net. So now we are level 2-2 first set.
Beautiful play.
Yes. Great drop shot. Not a great position she was in, and she's able to hit a great drop shot still.
But she did get Val pretty far behind the baseline with that previous ball. That gave her some room to hit into. Really liked the shot selection there. It was open, but you had to execute perfectly.
Yeah.
Well, it appeared wide to us. What did you think?
I thought that looked a little wide, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Andrew, did they call it in? Oh, it was out. Right on the line. Nice volley. Definitely something else here for Ohta to deal with. A player who can finish when they get up in the front of the court.
Yes. Yeah, it's not what she's seen in her other in her two most recent matches, so she might have to adapt a little bit here with the strategy. Still another break point here for Shue.
That's what the scoreboard says. I'm not 100% sure that's right.
Yeah, I'm going by the scoreboard. I thought the same thing. Maybe it might be off.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll see after this point.
Yep. That was so good. And it is deuce now.
Yes, so the scoreboard was off there.
What a beautiful swing volley.
Yeah.
Placed perfectly and plenty of pace on it. Great shot. Serve was pretty deep. Oh, it was out. That's why.
Yeah. So now will be a breakpoint opportunity here for Valerie Shue.
Yes, it will.
And that one goes long. So Shue will once again be up a break. 3-2 first set. Do you want to do it or you want me to do it? He's Hopple.
Oh. Oh.
Thank you to Hayes Hopple, a second-year sponsor. Whether you're buying or selling a home, Hayes Hopple with Sotheby's International Realty is the best realtor for you. A Chapakua resident and a Chestnut Ridge player, Hayes has been a leading real estate agent in Westchester and Fairfield counties for the past decade, earning a spot in the top 1.5% of Asians nationwide. Even if you don't plan to move soon, Hayes' network of resources will help you stay informed. He offers complimentary house valuations, market trackers, local contractors and vendors, home finder reports, and more. With over 1,000 sale offices worldwide, Sotheby's provides global exposure for his listings and a network of experts looking for those looking to move out of your area. Contact Hayes to discuss your real estate goals. Thank you to Hayes Hopple once again for being a sponsor of the Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout.
That was an exceptional point from Val. My favorite point besides those coming to the net shots that she's made, because she was definitely playing with all except one shot with some good margin over the net and keeping the ball deep.
Yes.
Really solid. 30 love.
Ball went out there, so now 40 love.
Yeah. Thought it was good when it left the racket, just missed it.
Yeah. That serve went out there?
That was that.
Yeah. So Valerie Shue's able to hold there, and she takes a 4-2 lead in the first set. Last time unable to hold after the break, so good to see her holding here. Good shot there from Ohta.
Now that is some good net play again. It looked like it was going to be a 2-shot pass that time. Made her hit a tough first volley, had a good look, and I think Val made an excellent reaction to cover the next ball. Maybe could have been placed a little better, but she did react extremely well.
Yes.
Great play. Just missed it long.
It's an opportunity for Ohta to hold here. It'll be the first in her last 3 service games.
See, that's where the high ball worked to perfection. She stood in, took it early, and then got trapped a little closer to the baseline than she wanted to be. Couldn't handle the next shot.
Yes.
Jimmy, could you get me the boyfriend to come here? The boyfriend,
Kevin, yeah.
please.
Sure. Yep. Thank you to GAF,
question
a
for you.
60-year sponsor
Next
of the
to her
shootout.
name is an American flag.
GAF is the
and you were
leading
saying-
roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Thank you to GAF, a 6th-year sponsor.
So I just clarified, the flag next to Ohta's name should be a Japanese flag, not American. She came here to study in college and currently working here for Google, but she's on a visa and she's Japanese.
Good to clarify those things. So we want to have the best possible information here for the viewers. Shue leads 4-3 as she will come up to serve. A little bit of a miss hit there, as it'll be love 15. Ohta able to get to the second ball there, but Shue is still able to finish with the volley.
Super volleys again, using the first one to open up the court and then taking her time with the finish. Beautifully done. I think the high ball did its job again. That next shot came right to the service line.
Yeah.
I'd be using it a little more.
Yep.
Because when we go toe-to-toe, Val is slightly getting the better of it, I think. Not by a huge margin, but enough to certainly take the match.
Yeah.
Second serve, very close. Good attacking ball from Val. Forced the mistake.
Yes, I believe it is 30 all now, contrary to the scoreboard.
Oh, I think it's right.
Oh, you think it's right?
I think
Okay.
40-15.
Okay, I might be wrong then.
Okay, yep. Brian and I always make side bets, Google, on these types of things, so let me know when you want. Okay.
Out there. As let's see. And you were right, it was 40-15.
And you sound as surprised as my wife does when she's forced to make those corrections.
Yeah. Part of it is making mistakes though.
Oh yes, of course. I'm teasing.
No, I don't know. I love it.
Right off the tape, we could hear it up here. Great shot.
Yes. First serve goes out there.
Let.
Oh, let.
Another solid placement volley. Well done.
Yes. Forces the error there. Double fault there sets up 3 set points for Valerie Shue.
Yes. Little over anxious there from Ohta. That is the first set, and she seems a bit confused as to what tactic to play to right now. And I think the thing that's really made the difference in this match compared to Ohta's previous matches is Val's ability to play in the front of the court. It's been spectacular, basically flawless, and hitting perfect targets at the right speed to hit winners. Beautifully done.
Yes.
What? Oh.
Just no 5 minutes.
So it's going to be interesting here after Ohta has played all the tennis that we mentioned, the 2 super tiebreakers to get here. If she can find some sort of game plan to get her back into this match. Right now, like I was saying, Val Shue's net game has been the thing that she hasn't had to deal with in her previous rounds. It's not only coming in at the right time, but it's executing to near perfection with placements and just enough power to get the job done. So if I were coaching Ohta right now, what might I suggest? It's not in her forte. We haven't seen her do it so far in the tournament, but I'm still saying the second serve of pretty much all the players in this event are susceptible. They're coming right to the forehand. And if you stand in and return with an intentional drop shot first, you take a player who's comfortable at the baseline and immediately pull them out of where they like to play. Don't trade a few first and let her get to the net. Make her come to the net on your terms. You're forcing her to come up. But like I said, I haven't seen her use the play, but it's one that suggests itself to me to get out of the baseline to baseline hard ball, straight through the front door type tennis. First game, second set. Love 30. This is always the tricky part of a match when the player needs to basically set the reset button, make everything happen from the start all over again. That's the way to attack the second serve. Well done. Stepped in, put it in a really good spot. Love 40.
Perfect.
Well, that was pretty much the same serve that at love 30, Ohta had put right into the corner. I don't know why she would have been changing her target. I just would have repeated what worked. So the other player starts to feel like, oh, here we go again.
So an early break here for Ohta.
I mean, pretty much if we take away Val Shue's errors into the net, then our number of errors in the match gets down under 5 for sure.
Yes.
It's just imperative that a player notices where the errors are and makes a correction that says, I'm not going to miss there anymore.
Yes. And coming up next, expected to be around 5:30. They will begin at 5:30 on a separate court, and they will move here most likely after the women's final is over. It will be number 1 Karl Poling versus the number 2 seed Christopher Bulus in the men's final. Coming up next. Well played there.
Beautiful. Good time to attack. Perfect target. It's not her winning game, I don't think, trying to hit big shots from behind the baseline against Val. Build that point.
Yes. Yeah, that's what's been working so far in this tournament for her. A little surprising that she's going away from it.
A little bit of a bad bounce, got a weak reply, and took care of business. Nice shot from Val.
Yeah. She'll have 2 chances to break back here.
Well, there we saw a 2-shot pass in action. Let her hit the first one, make her reach a little bit, finish on the second shot. Beautiful combination.
Yeah, great job there. Looked like Shue was in complete control at that point and then quickly shifted once she got to the net.
Missed it wide.
So 1-1 here in this second set.
Tough target there from Val, from well behind the baseline.
Yeah.
Beautiful serve right at the body.
Yeah. Yeah, Taylor Fritz said body serves don't work. I think that proves that wrong right there.
Oh my gosh. He sure is. I mean, a lot of the other top guys at Wimbledon used it to very good success.
Yes.
And the thing to make it work is you have to be able to hit your serve hard enough. There's no such thing as a body serve at 65 miles an hour.
Yeah.
'Cause obviously they have time to get out of the way. Again, beautiful overheads from Val. Taking her time, placing it.
Yes. And after the first one didn't work, she made sure the second one was at a great angle. Maybe not as much power as the first one, but the angle was the important thing there.
But it was set up by the first one because
Yeah.
the return lob was nice and short.
Mm-hmm.
The closer you are to the net, the easier it is to make angles. So she took advantage of the court geometry there.
Yes. Definitely did.
Two excellent first serves in this game. Nothing like a couple of free points to make your job easier. Well done.
Yeah.
Little tight on that serve.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the third straight game where it's gotten to 30-40 for Ohta, and each time she's gone for a big forehand and made an unforced error. Still love to see her play a little more slow down on some of those big points and make her opponent come up with the winner.
Yes. Now let's look at another one of the great sponsors of the Pro Shootout, Forged Iron Golf. Come to Forged Iron Golf in Mount Kisco and experience the best indoor golf in northern Westchester. We've got the latest TrackMan 4 launch monitors and 7 wide bays, so golfers of all skill levels can use top-notch technology for practicing games. With over 400 courses worldwide, including legendary spots like Pebble Beach, St. Andrews Old Course, Oakmont, and Bandon Dunes, you can challenge yourself on virtual courses from anywhere. Whether you want to hit a range, join a league, get a private lesson, or just play 18 holes with friends, we've got you covered. Forge a better game at Forged Iron Golf. Thanks again to Forged Iron Golf for being one of the great sponsors of this year's event. We did that one, so I'm just gonna.
I already marked it.
This one, GAF.
Oh,
Yeah, so. An early 15 love here for Ohta. Great playing there from Ohta. Let's make it 30 love. Didn't see any of the lobs in that point. As that slice falls out to make it 30-15.
Great hustle. Almost made that play. That was a tremendous lob.
Yeah.
Because the ball was skidding at her feet. It was not sitting there, and she executed to perfection.
Yes. It's now 40-15 for Ohta. So the missed volley levels it.
First missed volley I remember in the match, and hit the top of the tape.
Yeah.
Keep going for it.
Yeah. Can't let that one volley destroy the how well you've played at the net. That one just out there. kept going back to the power there and then misses it just wide.
Yeah, to me, that's a shot in all of her matches. She's missed a few too many times. Is it the right shot if she were playing every day? Absolutely. But it's just going a little too close to the line now, given how much tennis she's played.
As that one goes out to make it 40 love. Phil, do you guys need a Mac charger? Okay. Great shot there.
Tremendous defense there from Val. Although I would say when that return really opened up the court, I prefer hitting to the open side and make someone run to get there. So that time she did not recover extra fast and then got a good look at the next ball.
Yeah, sure. Now let's look at a second-year sponsor, Diadem. At Diadem Sports, as the last American tennis brand, we've built our legacy on innovation. Our team, boasting over a century of combined experience as collegiate and pro players and coaches, saw beyond the status quo. But our mission goes deeper than creating top-tier products. We believe in Live to Play, a philosophy that shapes everything we do. Live to Play is more than a tagline, it's a call to action. At Diadem Sports, we live to play. Thank you to Diadem for being a sponsor and supplying the balls for this year's event.
Great play going against the grain there from Val.
Great shot there from Shue.
Love 30.
So now it'll be 3 break points for Valerie Shue.
That was very similar to that same forehand down the line that's being hit late and ending up in the alley. That was some slice coming back. Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Kept it really low.
That one goes long. So 2 break points saved so far for Ohta. We'll see if she can save the third one. As Shue's able to break and give herself a little bit of a cushion in this match. And about to start on court 8 that expected to be soon. It will be the number 1 seed Karl Poling versus number 2 seed Christopher Bulus in the men's final. That should be a great match. Good playing there from Ohta. Turn goes long there. So now 30-15. Another unforced error on the return.
Well, I think we've got a couple things going on here. Number one, probably some fatigue setting in. That's the impatience part. But number two, Val hasn't allowed her to develop a clear plan of what's going to work out here, because she's handled all parts of the court extremely well. And when a player gets frustrated, they're a little tired, they tend to spray the ball, because when they're doing what they want, they're not getting what they want.
Double fault there to bring it to 40-30.
So each of the last 4 games have gotten to this score line.
Yes.
This will be the 5th in a row. And in each case, an unforced error from Ohta has handed the game to Shue. Let's see if something else can take place out here. Great shot there. But Ohta should have been closing the net behind that swing volley. She just stood at the service line, got caught at her feet. Val took advantage.
And that's a situation where having an overhead would have helped her. We haven't seen the overhead at all. That's if you have the overhead there, you might be able to close the point a little easier.
You might. I've seen some good swing volleys, though. That one did go maybe a little bit central compared to some of the others. But I'm going to say the follow-up move is what cost her the most, not following forward behind that pretty good swing volley. Nice point all the way around. Well executed approach shot.
Yes, definitely a well executed approach shot. What a backhand. Right
That's
down
the way to play with a 6-3, 5-2 lead.
Yeah.
Great idea, great execution.
Yep. Good serve there from Ohta. Slice stays a little too low, leveling in at 30 all.
30 all.
So now a break and match point here for Valerie Shue. And that will be it, as Valerie Shue takes the match and the tournament 6-3, 6-2. Your 2025 Women's Pro Shootout Champion, the number 1 seed, Valerie Shue.
Tremendous tournament for her. Particularly good match. This was a tricky opponent, and I know I've said it a couple times in the course of the match, her net game was extremely impressive, and I think it's what made the biggest dent in this match, because her opponent couldn't get away with some of the shots she did earlier in the tournament.
Yeah. Brad takes on another job here, now a photographer as well.
Congratulations, Val. Great going. Yeah, we'll be right back. Short pause. The men's finals players are just in the warm-up stage right now, and they'll be here on court 10 in about 10 minutes. Hey, the men's singles match has just begun, first game of the match, but we're here with Ohta, our finalist in the women's singles. Because she hadn't played for a while, she was actually the lowest rated UTR person. She made it all the way to the finals, and what's remarkable when you've been a really good player taking a little time off is you get this deja vu feeling sometimes of like, oh gosh, yeah, I remember I could do this. And did that happen with you?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like with every match I played a little bit better, found some shots and, some play styles that were like somewhere in my back pocket, but I honestly just had such a fun time in this tournament, being able to play against such amazing girls, and all of them super nice too. So yeah, I just had a pleasure just being able to play a little bit more like I used to, and excited to play some more. Yeah.
So where do you play right now when you just hit for fun? Where do you go?
Yeah, just play in the park courts in New York, wherever. It's hard to get courts in New York, so
it's very hard.
Yeah,
yes.
Where we can find courts. There's some new courts actually in the Lower East Side. They just made some 6 outdoor courts, so you line up, you're able to get a court maybe for 2 hours if you have 4 people. So my boyfriend, he works remote. He has his own nonprofit, so he does. So he's able to kind of work on the side and secure the court for us, so I'm able to go after work, which has been very nice. Yeah.
So tell us briefly, what is his nonprofit? What do they do?
Yeah, so it's called the Asian American Dream, and he helps underserved API students, help with mentorship opportunities. So he pairs them with top company employees like Deloitte, Google, McKinsey, you name it, and those mentors who are previously API students in first gen will be mentors for them and basically tell them what it takes and how they can prepare themselves to find a good job, because they didn't have parents that necessarily may have gone to college, etc. So.
Well, that's a wonderful contribution to the world, so I wish him well with that
thank you.
venture.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I hope you get a chance to keep enjoying your tennis, because you keep getting out there a little bit more. Some of those memories are going to come back and you're going to really enjoy, because there's nothing like feeling accomplished when you're out there.
Yeah, for sure. That was fun.
Guga, did you have a question?
Yeah, so your boyfriend
Yeah.
your boyfriend mentioned that you weren't playing for the prize money.
Yeah.
So why and he also mentioned, of course, that he texted you that Brad needed one more person.
Yeah.
What exactly was the motivation to come here and play this tournament?
That's a great question. I feel like I've been practicing more regularly recently, and I felt like my level was getting better to a point where I actually felt comfortable at least to play in tournament and not feel embarrassed about losing first round maybe, So I figured, let's give it a try. He was coming to play. He played a tournament too, and I just want to, honestly, there was this person, a friend, that posted I run today because I won't be able to one day, and for me that's I feel like when you turn maybe 37, that's definitely when you start kind of going downhill physically, and I'm 31 now. I have maybe 5 more years where I can be at my peak physique a little bit more, so I just want to push myself and see how far I can go next few years.
Well, I just want to chime in. My peak was at 39, so you've got a couple more years than you think. Okay,
I'd like
if
to
you
hear
follow
that.
in my footsteps.
I feel better.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, thank you for coming by, and it was a pleasure having you at our event.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Appreciate it,
thank
guys. Yeah, thank you. I'll be back hopefully next.
Okay, great. Well, I was the tennis director here before Brad. So while I was running programs, I was playing. Back in the day, there were quite a few really strong Eastern men's tournaments. You didn't have to travel all over, and many of them had satellite players as the top few seeds, so the level of competition was really good. So I played a lot of those events and had national ranking, top 15 in the country. So Is that your water or is this yours?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Here we are with the men's final with Christopher Bulus against Karl Poling. Christopher Bulus serving down love 2, Poling with the early break. And after that exciting women's final, here we are with the men's. Oh, we have now Valerie stepping into the to the booth, and we're going to talk to her a little bit as we kind of gaze in on the men's final. But Valerie, thanks for coming and spending some time with us. Congratulations. Give us your thoughts about the match. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have the mic up yet. Oh, I'm sorry about that, everybody. Now we have the mic up. We have Valerie Shue, the champion, women's champion here. And Valerie, give us your thoughts about the match.
Yeah, I thought I played well. I tried to step in as much as possible and take balls out of the air. She liked to mix it up with some higher balls, which I tried to take time away, take it early.
Yeah, I noticed early in the first set you really stepped in and took the lob. She likes to push her opponents back with the lob. And you stepped in and cracked it a few times, and that was the end of that. So that was a good job. So good weekend of tennis for you out here. What did you think of the tournament as a whole?
Yeah, I thought it was very good. I think I got better as the tournament went on, and it's a great tournament.
Yeah. So next for you, what's next for you? You're playing the Nationals in a couple weeks in San Diego?
Yeah, I'm going.
Okay, good. And of course, the winner there gets a wild card to the U.S. Open. So hopefully we'll see you at the U.S. Open, maybe.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
But that's about 2.5 weeks away. And what do you do from here until then to get ready for that tournament?
Yeah, I'm just gonna practice a lot on hard courts. Spend some time working on fitness, and then just practicing. We're leaving next Thursday.
Okay. Well, so it's 2 weeks away the tournament. So the tournament probably starts on Saturday or Sunday, right?
Yeah. It starts on Sunday.
Good, and that's a big event. For those of you that don't know, that's the National Junior Championships with the girls play in San Diego, the boys play in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and we wish you the best of luck there.
Thank you.
And thanks for playing the tournament.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we hope to see you again next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Val, I've got a quick observation. The player you played was very tricky because she could vary the speed and the spin on the ball.
Yeah.
And successfully she beat a couple of pretty good players in her prior 2 rounds.
Yeah.
What really changed the match for me watching was your success coming forward at the right time.
Yeah.
And right at the start of the match, she hit what for her had been a high reward shot, a high lob to 3/4 court, backing up her opponent far enough to say, I'm safe. And you hit a put away overhead. So calm, you placed it within a foot of the line, good margin of error, good pace. And I was like, oh my goodness. And then you started coming in a few more times.
Yeah.
And you might have missed one volley in the match, but whenever you set it up, you made good on it. And I was so impressed with, you were a little stronger off the ground, let's say, but what really was impressive to me is the way you changed how she was forced to think because of the success of your net game. So that's a big plus to have in your corner, I think, as you move forward.
Yeah. I played a girl that's actually pretty similar to her. I lost to her at the clays closely. She also liked to loop it up a bit, and I think after that match I've really trying to come forwards more, and this is the first match that I've actually executed it well.
You executed nearly perfectly. Well done.
Thank you.
And I know we'll see you next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Right. Thanks for joining us. And always good to get some confidence going before you go into a big tournament. So good luck. All right. Now we're back here. We're watching the men's finals, and looks like changeover now. Pulling up 2-1, pulling with a break.
So Brian, I would only say between these two guys, they both in their prior rounds, in terms of watching their level and their scores, separated themselves from the rest of the field. So we've really got a perfect final between the top two players here to look at.
We have.
Is there anyone that you give a little edge going into this match?
You know, I'm a little unsure. I think I would give Poling a little bit of edge, only because he's more match ready than Bulus. Bulus hasn't played many matches lately. You know, I don't think I think the last competitive match he played Davis Cup a few months ago for his country, and but I didn't see that he's played anything else on the ITF tour. I didn't look at the UTR tour, but you know, look, he's kind of has a couple matches under his belt. He looks like he's getting a little bit more confident. And like I said when we saw Bulus earlier, I mean, he's just got a ton of talent. He's you know, whips the racket, a ton of racket head speed. He's fast. You know, it's an interesting matchup because, you know, the righty versus the lefty, Poling trying to push him off the court. But both of these guys really like to hit their forehand. But one thing Bulus said after this last match was that how well he was hitting his backhand. So, you know, that gives him a little more confidence. You know, because Poling is going to take his forehand into Bulus's backhand. And like for example, well, on that point, Poling was able to push him back a little bit and get him a little bit off balance on his forehand side. So, look, both of these guys can track the ball. I suspect it'll come down to whoever executes better.
So, Bulus, he played Division II college. Do you know where that was at, Brian?
I don't, but I know that he then transferred to UNLV and played his final year at UNLV.
Oh, he's fine. And how high did he play for them? Do you have any idea?
I do not know. But look, he said it was step by step for him. He came from his country where he was pretty good, and then he played Division II. He did well, and so he tried to go to the next level and to the D1, and then he did pretty well there. So he said, why not take a shot at playing professionally? And that's what he's been doing ever since. And you know, he does hold a current ATP ranking of I forget what it is, 11 something. Looks like 11:06 right okay, the UTR of 13.19. So, look, he probably dropped a little bit because he hasn't played much this year, but the guy can play.
Yeah.
You know, and we have Karl Poling on the other side, who we mentioned yesterday, is from West Point, New York. Played 2.5 years at Princeton, and then transferred. Did his grad years at University of North Carolina, and was still able to. So had some eligibility left, so was able to play there, and has been out and traveling and playing quite a few matches this year, and just played the ATP Challenger tournament in Newport a couple weeks ago on grass. Lost a very, very tight match in the first round to Oscar Waitman. Told us yesterday he's going to go out and play a mix of some challengers and futures for the rest of the summer, and you know, he should be. So he's obviously playing at a really, really high level. And you know, look, I expect this to be a battle, as we've already seen here. I mean, these guys are really smacking the ball around. When I watch guys like this play, they're playing a different game than I play.
So Guga did look it up, and Bulus was Division II at West Alabama.
West Alabama, okay. Playing those Division II matches down deep in the deep south there, West Alabama, Columbus, Valdosta. You know, these are strong programs. The University of Western Florida, Barry University down in Southern Florida. These teams are really, really good.
Well, already this match looks phenomenally interesting, because I did get a chance to see Poling play quite a bit in his earlier matches, and he looked supremely comfortable no matter what was happening on the court for virtually every point. And here early on, I can definitely see that his opponent has the potential to get to him a bit. First time he's had to deal with that in this event.
I just love the variety in his forehand. I mean, you just never know what is coming off of that forehand. You know, sometimes he gets a lot of up and down on it. Sometimes he hits through it. Some, you know, he holds it to the last second and can hit it flat down the line. And I think I hear a little bit of rain, unfortunately.
No. I think you're hearing things.
Am I seeing things too, Bob? It is. That is the first rain we've ever had at the Pro Shootout since we've been doing this live stream, I believe. Hopefully it'll just pass over, but maybe it'll cool things down a little bit, and probably feels pretty good for these players. It's going to slow down the court.
I still don't see the rain, but I see umbrellas popping up, so that must be a sign of something.
Yeah, well, I can see it and I can hear it. But that is probably going to slow down this court a little bit too. Pulls up just a little bit short on that drop shot. Just a little bit long on that forehand. You can see Bulus getting a little frustrated with his forehand and making a couple errors.
Yes.
And we've just been advised by our weather department that it looks like it's going to pass in a few minutes, the rain. But it is starting to come down a little bit harder now. I don't know if Bob hears it yet or not, or sees it or not. But it's
I
definitely
can now
there.
hear it and definitely see it as well. Yeah, unfortunately, it's definitely coming down.
Now it is coming down a little harder, and the fans are starting to scatter. Hopefully it is, oh boy, it looks like we're probably going to have to stop this very shortly. They're going to keep, players want to keep playing, but those lines got to be pretty slippery by now.
Mm-hmm.
But we are playing on a hard shoe court, which can absorb some moisture as long as there's no puddling. But it is coming now. It's starting to get a little windy and tougher conditions now. And Bulus again with a really poor drop shot. Yeah. That is game. So pulling up 4-1 in this first set. Let's see, the referee is going to make a call here. He's going to talk to the players. There might be a little bit of pause in play.
Hi, Julie.
Let's see what the players. One of the good things about this event, you know, us being a kind of an unsanctioned event, and we can do, you know, we can talk to the players. We can be a little bit more flexible and do what they want. And
Absolutely.
Looks like the players are going to come. They're going to come off the court. Nope, they're going to keep playing. Looks like. Oh man. Yes, they want to keep playing, and the balls are going to get really heavy now. Oh. All right, so let's keep playing. And now the rain is it's coming down pretty steadily still. These balls are going to feel like a meatball in a minute. A big, heavy meatball.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think that favors, Bob, of the heavy wet conditions here?
Oh, I think polling is the favorite.
Still,
Like you said, the match toughness aspect.
as far as like the heavier wet conditions, does that still favor polling?
Phil, my grandson says he's not hearing me that well on the stream. Did you turn it up a little, or you can't? Oh, okay.
Your grandson watching at home?
Yeah.
So the players are still continuing as rain's still coming down a little bit, but it is has definitely softened up.
It has softened up.
It's still coming down.
Ever play a match, Brian? A meaningful match entirely almost in the rain?
I mean, I have played matches in these conditions, yeah. Must have been back in the, now it's starting to rain even harder now. But must have been back in the juniors, because obviously in college you don't play a lot of matches on clay courts. So
Right.
you're not going to play in the rain at all on a hard court. Oh, big serve there by Poland. It doesn't matter how heavy the ball is there. He bombed that one away, and he's
Right
up
in the
5-1.
corner.
You see how high up on the fence it hit when it hit. It was almost at the top of the door over there on the deuce side.
Wow.
Well, the players still continuing. Fortunately, it looks like the court is holding the moisture fairly well up. It looks like now it's coming down even harder. It looks like we're going to have to have a pause in play and probably have to head inside. I don't know what the status. I don't think we're going to be able to stream the match from inside, unfortunately. But everybody, thanks for being here with us today, and we will.
I think they may give it 15 minutes to see if we can continue out
let's
here.
Hope so.
Yeah.
Let's hope they do that. But they're going to have to come off the court now, and there's going to be there's definitely going to be a pause in play. Looks like Phil is protecting the equipment there, but we're still on the air here, so we'll get an update for you as soon as we can.
You guys want to stay on for a bit?
No, well, it looks like we're gonna have a pause in play, so we're gonna take a break. Okay, we'll see everybody back in a minute, hopefully.
Thank you.
Andy, I'll sweep, you do line. I'll sweep, you do line. Christopher, I'm just going to sweep the lines and then we're going to dry them off a little. Andy, I got to go around.
Okay, well, we're back here with you after a very short rain delay. A little bit of court maintenance being done there and finishing up, and now the players getting ready to resume with Bulus serving down 1-5 here in the first set.
Yeah. Poland seemed anxious to get back out there. Wanted to get back out there as soon as possible. Bulus said, hey, let's wait a second, it seemed like, right?
Yeah, I think he should take a little bit more nonchalant there, and he opens up here with a double fault.
Yeah.
So, not the best start to the game when you're serving to stay in the set.
Yeah.
And the referee, Eddie Rice, coming off the court, not sure why, but here we go.
What up,
just
that?
Absolutely ripped a backhand cross court.
What a shot.
Love 30 now, 2 points from the first set for Poland.
Yeah. Poland making this tournament look easy so far.
It really is, yep.
Level's there, but every match so far he's played pretty well and his opponents haven't been able to find an answer.
floats a little bit long. 15-30.
Yeah.
Poling still 2 points from the first set.
Great first serve there from Bulus to level it at 30 all. Another great backhand there.
Poling able to really push Bulus around the court with his backhand there. Really beautiful stuff. So now we have a set point for Poling. And there it is, the first set for Poling. So two players change ends and have the second set for you. We're going to thank our final sponsor here, our last sponsor, and my favorite sponsor, the law office of Ute, Lorfink, McAndrew, and Meisner. For more than 60 years, VLMM has built an unsurpassed reputation for aggressive defensive professionals, corporations, municipalities, healthcare organizations, and individuals in state and federal courts in the New York metropolitan area. We are laser focused on achieving the best possible outcome for our valued clients. Our experience and results speak for itself. So I'd like to thank myself and my partners, Mark McAndrew and Chuck Lorfink.
Is it yours?
For sponsoring the Summer Pro Shootout for the second year in a row.
I wonder why that's your favorite sponsor.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are more sponsors.
We actually do have a couple more sponsors, which we'll
jump in.
get to.
Bob, you gonna go on? You're on. Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, welcome back, Bob. Okay.
So, Brian, the usual question that you popped to me, is there anything that Bulus can do to turn around this match?
Oh, yeah. He's got to make more balls. He's, copped out of a few points, put up a bad drop shots, not really making a lot of first serves, a couple forehand errors like we haven't seen from him before. He doesn't seem to be going after his forehand the same way he was in the semifinals, and I think he's that's what he's got to do. He's got to make some more balls. To be honest. I know it's easier said than done. He's he's playing a guy who is playing some really good tennis, ripping backhands like you wouldn't believe, and Bulus getting a little frustrated. I think the slower conditions are hurting Bulus a little bit. I think Poling hits an awkward ball, and I think it might be getting to Bulus a little bit. But so we'll see. We'll see if he can get it together here in the second set.
That was a nice sneak attack to the net, though.
It was, but Poling wasn't really in a great position for that. So he had a very tough volley and couldn't pull it off. So 30-15. A little bit wide on that first serve. overcooked it and was a little bit off balance there. Picked up that right foot and sprayed the ball wide. You know, that was a rally ball. Just can't do that on a rally ball against somebody as good as Pole. Can't give him those free points like that. Never there from Pole. Looked like he slipped a little bit as he tried to take that forehand cross court. So he'll serve now at 40-30 in his first game of the second set.
Yeah.
Great first serve there from Poland to
Tremendous placement
Yeah.
to take the game.
Took a little bit off of it and just slid it wide. And reaching for Bulus. Poland takes a 1-0 lead here in the first set. Second set. 1 set to love.
So Brian, when you were playing, let's say at your peak, I would say some of these better servers, they can kick it to either side, they can slice it to either side, they can hit it flat and hard, both boxes. So they, in effect, they have like 6 to 8 different pitches that they throw when they're back there. How much variety of a pitch did you have when you were playing?
I had quite a bit of variety. I think I was not a guy that hit a lot of aces. I didn't hit an incredibly big serve, but I could usually keep my opponents off balance with with different serves, with different serves coming from different angles, different speeds, and that sort of thing. And that was where I was able to get 3 points on my serve. Never really hit a lot of aces, but was always able to place the ball pretty well and get a few free points. And not sure what happened there, but it looked like Bulus may have pulled something. No, it's going to switch rackets maybe. Nope. Decided to
dampener flew, it looks like.
Oh, is that what happened? The dampener flew out. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to put the dampener back in. So we have Mark Lowitz making a couple comments here. No rain out here in Martha's Vineyard. Come on out. I'll be there in a couple hours, Lowitz. And Money Miser still has a good serve down the tee from the ad side. Good kick out wide. Thanks, Lowitz. I appreciate the vote of confidence there, buddy. Hope you're enjoying it your time up there in the vineyard, and see you back in a few weeks. So ball us out to a 30-love lead here. Down love 1 in the second set, with Poling having taken the first. Unable to handle that kick serve to his backhand.
He had a pretty good look, though. I like the fact that he went after it.
Good out wide serve there from Bulus to level the second set. So again, the rain has passed here, and now it's actually very comfortable here at Chestnut Ridge. It feels like the humidity went down a little bit, the temperature might have gone down a little bit. The temperature definitely went down a little bit, and we're going to bring you the rest of this men's championship match. Left there on the first serve from Poland.
So at this level, the way these guys serve, if you've had a bad set, if you can just get your first serve going in the next set and say no one's going to break me, you can create a matchup.
Absolutely. Did he make that one? Yeah, what a shot there by Bulus. It looked like Poland was in control at that point and had Bulus on a string, and Bulus came up with a really unbelievable passing shot there.
That was unbelievable.
Oh, street. Bulus got stretched just a little bit more wider than he was able to handle there, and Poland levels the game at 15-0.
That's one of those points where you're saying, make more balls. That was just too impatient.
And I think that's what Bulus said to himself after he missed that ball. Bulus moving all over the place, went behind him. I was always taught the best way to neutralize a fast player like Bulus is to go behind him.
Absolutely. Conversely, if someone's not that fast, please don't go behind them, because they'll still be waiting right there.
That's great advice, Bob.
Beautiful serve.
So, game there for Bulus. Now we're at 2-1 in the second set, and Cooper Ventures, our second-year sponsor. Cooper 5 Ventures provides access to private healthcare and technology companies. We offer investment opportunities to individuals who want to invest in leading high-growth businesses. Contact Matthew Cooper, 914-787-9833. Speaking of Cooper Ventures, I think I saw Judson Cooper out here earlier. I think I still see him out sitting over on the side there. Oh, he's waving. Hey, Judson.
Definitely waving, not to us. But that's okay.
He wasn't waving to us?
He was waving to Julie and Kinsley.
Oh, it was just a coincidence as I called his name and
yes.
that he was waving? Ah, well, that's disappointing. All right. So now Bulus serving down 1-2 here in the second set. Looks like Bulus is picking up the intensity a little bit and trying a few things, making a few more balls, maybe taking a little bit off of his forehand to get it in the court, and he is hanging right there with Poling right now here in the second set. Just hit the top of the tape there. Didn't quite get under that forehand. So 30 love now for Bulus.
I like the way Bulus is taking his time in between points. This is another factor that tends to help a player when they're trying to make a comeback. Don't rush through the action. Take your time.
I agree with that. Bulus is showing his experience. Great return there from Poling off the baseline. 40-15. Oh, wow, what a shot there from Bulus. What a shot. We'll close out this game 2-2 now here in the second set.
He's really come alive here. Unrecognizable from the man we saw in the first set.
Agreed. Looked like that forehand from Poland caught a little bit of frame and floated a little bit long. So the heaviness and the pace of Bulus as well causing a few problems. Nice slider out wide there from Poling.
Beautiful placement.
Did that land? Holy moly. Back in there from Poland. So both players now opening it up a little bit and boom. But
Let's go.
yeah, we got a little bit of a good look in that of Poland's wide serve. Now we're at 30 all. Poland did a great job to get that ball back, but he almost hit it too well because he couldn't get back in time.
Tremendous
Now,
points now. The level of play from both players is going up.
Yeah, they've really raised it. Bulus has a break point. Could be is this his first break point of the match? I don't know.
Not sure about the first set.
Great 1-2 there by Poland, and then we took him out wide on the serve, and then the forehand down the line and put it right in the corner there. Bulus had no shot. Miss wide there, and game point now for Poland. Double fault there. So we're back at deuce. Backhand error there from Bulus, man, at a critical time. That was a little bit long there for Bulus, so Poland holds go up 3-2 in this second set.
Made him work though. He's getting closer.
It did make him work. Bronx Lacrosse. We're on a mission to make a difference for middle and high school students in the Bronx who don't have the same opportunities as their more affluent peers. We believe that lacrosse can be a powerful tool to build community, invest in our students, and boost their academic performance. Our approach is all about combining intense academic and athletic instruction with mentoring, team building activities, and social emotional learning. This way, our student athletes are better prepared to succeed in school, life, and when they apply to competitive high schools and colleges. Thank you, Bronx Lacrosse, for being with us at the Shootout. Now you might be able to tell on the screen, but the court is now completely in the shadow. It's definitely cooled down here quite a bit. Now hopefully the players are getting a second burst of energy from the cooler weather.
It's a lot of tennis if you go all the way to the finals.
There's a lot of tennis in 2 days, yep. Paul changing the hat, the shirt, changing everything. Got to stay dry out there. He's staying with the blue theme, the Carolina blue theme. You know, producer is a little bit aqua color, but he's staying with in the realm of Carolina. I wonder how Princeton feels about that.
So did he get a 5th year because of COVID or some other rule?
No, he got extra eligibility because of COVID. Now,
he did. Okay.
When COVID hit in 2020, the college season was canceled in the middle of the season. So there was about a half a season played, but there was no a year of eligibility was not charged to any player for that year. And then the next year, the Ivy League schools didn't play again in 2021. So the Ivy League players got a second year back. So then I believe he played, I'm not sure if he played 1 year before COVID or after, but he ended up playing 2 full years at Princeton plus the half COVID year in 2020. But still had 2 years of eligibility left when he graduated from Princeton after being there for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So at the Ivy League schools, you're not allowed to play sports as a graduate student. So, he had to transfer to a school, where that was allowed, and picked a good one. To go to North Carolina. Played for Coach Sam Paul and Trip Phillips, 2 excellent coaches at North Carolina. In fact, we've seen several Ivy League players transfer to big-time sports programs. There was Charlie Broom who transferred to Baylor and ended up playing 4 or 5 for Baylor on the team that got to the finals of the NCAA team tournament, lost to Florida. There was, I believe it might have been one of Karl's teammates that transferred to Texas. There was a player from Columbia who actually played in the shootout here, Henry Ruger, who transferred to Vanderbilt for his final year, and then Alex Kotzen, who also played in the shootout a few years. The winner, I think it was the winner shootout. He played a few years ago. Transferred to Tennessee and played one of the all-time epic college matches I've ever seen this year, where he was down, I believe, 5-2 in the third set in a 3-3 tied match against Duke in the round of 16 of the NCAA championship. I'm sorry, the second round of the NCAA championship, round of 32, and ended up coming back to beat Pedro Redenas, a very, very good player. 7-6 in the third. It was just an absolute epic comeback. I was actually able to watch, and oh man, was that exciting.
This match, meanwhile, is staying tight.
Yep.
3-all. 15 love.
There was another player that played in the shootout a few years ago. Theo Dean ended up transferring to University of California, Berkeley. Oh, that was beautiful.
What a shot.
Yep.
First return of the game, barely out. That one a little bit more. Both of them pretty good contact, but nevertheless, 40 love.
Serve out wide, gets the game there for pulling up 4-3. Come back and Bulus is in a precarious position here. He's got to hold the fight. Really has to hold to stay in the match.
He does.
Or else Pulling's going to serve for the match. So at Bombas, we believe a more comfortable world is a better world. Everyone, no matter what they're going through, deserves to wear clothes that feel good. So we've made socks, underwear, and T-shirts that you'll want to wear all the time. And for every item you buy for yourself, we donate an item to someone who's homeless. Thank you, Bombas.
Thank you, Bombas.
Come back with Bulus serving down 3-4. And as we mentioned, this is a critical service game for Bulus. If he doesn't play this game carefully, he's going to find himself down a break and with Pulling serving for the championship.
And Pulling did not get broken before, so I don't think he's been broken a match, so that makes that extra tough to make that break if he should need to in the following game.
That's right.
It's not like he's done it before. But we've also mentioned the first serve. If he can get some cooking here, he's right in there.
Strange things happen at crunch time. Talking about Bulus tried to line up that forehand just a little bit late and push it just a little bit wide. Looked like he got a good wood on it, good a lot of racket on it, but just lined it up a little bit wide.
$15 all.
And Pulling did have a good look there.
He did. He made an excellent return off a good serve.
With a tough miss there, and now he's down 15-30. A slight opening here for Pulling.
Now, Bulus did mention to both of us how well he was hitting his backhand cross court in the semifinal, and I'm going to say you got to give Pulling credit. His ball was that little bit heavier, a little bit deeper. He's making you have to do even more to hit that shot.
Yeah, well, it's a much different ball coming into Bulus's backhand when it comes from Pulling's lefty forehand and from Palta's two-handed righty backhand. And bad miss there for Bulus, and that'll bring Pulling 2 break points here to give him a chance to serve for the match. Good jam serve there. Bulus got the short reply from Poling, and was able to knock it home.
Took his time there, finishing that last shot.
Yep.
Was waiting to see if Poling would move. He didn't. He just hit the opening.
But Bulus still has to fight off another break point here. From Bulus off the backhand gives Poling the break, so Poling will have a chance to serve for the match here, up 5-3 in the second set. If you're Bulus, you really got to shake that off very quickly and make sure you play a good first point here. Right, Bob?
For sure. Nothing like getting your nose in front if you're going for that break.
It's even more critical when you're trying to break to stay in the match, right?
Oh, for sure. No second chance.
Pulling out to a 15-love lead here, 3 points from the match. And Poland just playing smart. He's just playing really down the middle of the court, throwing in the ball at different heights, different speeds. Gets the return error, 2 points from the match now. 2 points from the match, 2 points from a championship.
Yes.
I don't see our chief cook and bottle washer around anywhere. And now another good serve from Poling, 40 love, 3 championship points now for Karl Poling.
Made him scratch. Such a good serve.
And there you have it. Karl Poling is our 2025 Chestnut Ridge Summer Pro Shootout champion. Congrats to both Karl Poling and Christopher Bulus. We had really excellent weekends here, and Poling was just too strong, and he takes home the championship. So we'll have a brief trophy ceremony, and then maybe an interview, and we'll wrap up. So everybody, thanks for being here with us, and we appreciate you spending the weekend with us.
He was dominant, Brian.
He was dominant.
Every match that he played in, even including this final, which I think both of us thought had the potential to get quite a bit closer.
Yep.
But he never let his opponent into the match.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here, and then we'll have maybe some interviews. Not sure what we have on tap, but maybe Google will step in and do some of the post-match interviews, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap up a fabulous weekend here. Thank you, everybody.
Great effort for Chris. He was amazing the whole weekend. I listened to his interview the other night. He's such a professional. He's such a humble guy, and he just always speaks positive. I
That's true, and it's funny because for me, I could work right now for standing like a thick, but I was like, no, it's still 24.
And if you're training and then you work a little bit,
Recover.
So it's a vicious cycle.
No, that's. I was talking to Gary yesterday about the same thing, and he was like, "It's a no. People can try to do it, but you have to leave one. You have to commit to one."
Let's leave something for our interview.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Are we on?
I lost.
You start.
Christopher,
Hi.
thank you so much for playing our event. That was a very entertaining final, and the second set for a while was nip and tuck. You really raised your game. Was there anything you were thinking out there that got you to really get up to the level you needed to give yourself a chance?
So, like we were just talking about Davis Cup. Like during Davis Cup, I played a lot of like top 300 players. Even before I played on the tour. So for me, this moment, I know Karl's a good player. I saw that he's been playing on tour. We talked a little bit. So I knew for me to just be able to be in the game, I need to just smile, So like in the beginning of the second set, I was just like playing with smile. Like I'll miss a point, I'll just smile and walk to the next side, And that kind of like reduced the tension for me. Unfortunately, when I was getting close, 3-0, Karl obviously stepped up. I think the break point that I had kind of like messed me up. Like, oh, you have a break point. So now I toughen up, instead of like just stay loose. But yeah, I think that was the key. I just smiled during the entire second set.
That's so important. Many of the club players that I deal with, I have to remind them not to try too hard.
No.
To relax and enjoy the experience. And you'll be surprised what's actually in your body, what you can do. So you were a perfect example of that.
Thank you.
So you were just talking to Brian a bit off mic about your plans for next year and how you want to go play the tour a little bit. Can you share that with us?
So like again, like I said, right now we don't have a lot of Nigerian players on tour. It's not a reason, but I do love to play tennis, and I feel like at this age I still have like a couple years to play. Mm-hmm. So me taking time off to kind of figure out what is life away from tennis has really helped me to see, okay, I know what I can do outside of tennis, and I know now I can pursue tennis without the stress of like, what's the future gonna be after tennis. Like at least now I know what I want to do after tennis.
Great. And what is that?
I have a degree in economics, so I've been learning like some computer coding, which I'm gonna be doing while I'm on tour,
Okay.
So I think that will be my spare time doing like breaks, doing tournaments. But yeah, I plan to be in Africa a lot to play some futures there, and probably in January I'll come back to the States and play also a lot.
Good. Well, we wish you the most luck. Guga, do you have a question?
Yes. So in mentioning that you're going to come back in September, right? You said that you're going to start ramping up a little bit with tournaments, right? Are you mainly playing in the New York area, or and then starting to travel in September?
So the only, I think, pro level tournaments apart from you guys that at least I know is in Ithaca that I've played a couple times. So, and that's in like September or November, October, I think. So right now I have some UTR PTTs because those get a lot of matches in Texas, and then I have Davis Cup for Nigeria in August.
Okay.
I most likely play that, and then I come back and play some tournaments also in New York, but there's no professional ITFs in New York except Ithaca.
Okay.
So I have to be away from New York.
So Davis Cup, who you going up against? Nigeria.
So we're in Group 3. So in Group 3, they have like 5 other countries, and right now we're in Africa Group 3. So there's Zimbabwe, Namibia, Algeria, and Senegal. Then Nigeria.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, best of luck with that. Are those played like in your home country? It depends, home and away type thing, or?
No. So all 5 of us play in one country. You play everybody on a different day.
I see. That's
last year actually Nigeria hosted. We played in my home country, and we qualified to Group 2, which is what we played this year in against South Africa. Yeah, we said that in Group 2, you just play against a country, not like so many countries.
Right, right. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and if you are in New York around this time next year, you're coming back.
Oh, I'm
here.
marking this in my calendar. I'm definitely. I'm like, why play like 25 minutes? I mean,
Okay.
it's like no. I definitely am coming back. I'm coming back.
Well,
to win it.
congratulations on a great tournament.
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you, and good luck out there.
Of course, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
This is a great tournament. I live right close like this. I saw it last year, but I was away. Yeah, so I was away.
We'll have an interview with the winner, Karl Polling, coming up very soon. We'll see you then.
Tournament, man. Good tournament.
We'll have to practice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hey, be careful, I get used to your game.
Alright.
No, but it's good. No, I was trying to practice. Like, I just spoke to them. I'm trying to come out and play a little bit more. So.
Sweet. Get ready for Davis Cup in the meantime.
Exactly.
You can just hold that. if you
Alright,
want.
sounds good.
Okay.
Keep it easy.
Let us know. No. Okay, we've got Karl Polling here, our champion of the 2025 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. And Karl won this a few years ago. Was it 2019?
2019.
Quite a while. He was a young college kid at the time. Now he's out of school playing the tour. And I must say, your tennis was round by round so solid, at the same time spectacular. No one really got you under the gun where you had to worry a little bit. Is there any sort of thing you could share about how you approach the game?
Yeah, I mean, tennis is a tough sport. It's so much momentum. I feel like there's a fine balance between being aggressive and overplaying and missing, and for me it's always constantly finding that balance where I'm not giving away free points, but I'm also dictating and making sure I'm in control. So I came into the tournament, I haven't played a ton of matches the past month. Like I played some tournaments, haven't had some great results. Like I lost early the last few weeks, so I wanted to get some rhythm. So to be able to play like, I think four matches in 2 days, just match after match after match. I think it helped me build and get more confidence. So I felt like I had good rhythm and found a good balance, and I thought I did a good job of staying solid, but also making sure I was the one imposing the way I wanted to play the points.
So, since 2019, you've played college tennis. You've been out on the tour a little bit. Is there any particular coach that helped you take that half step up because of some way that they approached you, and you don't have to give the name. If you give the name, that's great, but you could tell us a little bit about what he got you to do a little better.
Yeah, so actually the entire reason I decided to base out in New Jersey is because I have a coach here that I really like who's been really helping me. His name's Asher at Court Sense.
Okay.
And I've just spent a few years with him working on just literally just trying to get more on my ball, get my body weight every single shot coming off. So I don't know, there's weight on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And like I feel like when you're changing anything, there's like up and down, but overall I've been trending in the right direction. I feel like the ceiling has been going up and up.
Oh, good.
So that's been the biggest change. Is everything that's been better since 2019 is from him. It's me just doing what he says.
And executing though. I mean, it's for me when I've had good students, it's always like a partnership. Like you're giving an assignment, but your students got to have the belief and then also the ability to carry it out. So
yeah.
I wouldn't sell yourself short there in terms of taking credit. Guga, do you have a question?
Yeah. So today you won your second title here, right? And then does it creep in your mind at all, hey, do I want to get to Gary Kushnerovich and get the third title next year?
Gary's a legend. I'll have to come back and see if I can match him. I wasn't thinking about that. I think he has 4 titles, so I think I have
4.
I think I have some work to do to catch up before.
I thought it was 3. Okay.
It could be 3. I was counting over there. His name was just kept on coming up. But he's a legend of the Eastern tennis game. He's been around.
Yes, he sure is. One of his may have been in. What do they call that game where they play half-court doubles?
Oh, yeah, like ghost doubles maybe. It has a few different names, I think.
Yeah,
but
he may have won. We had a shootout with that format.
That's cool.
And he may have won that. Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a lot of fun, actually.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure it was a good time.
Yeah. So where are you headed to next? Last question.
Yeah, so I have a week of training, and then I'm going to go to a 25K in Edwardsville, Illinois. So I'll probably be staying in the U.S. for, I think, most of the summer.
Uh-huh.
There's a swing of futures and challengers, so I'll just play a mix of those. But Illinois.
Good. Well, we'll be looking for you and wish you the best of luck out there. Congratulations again on winning this tournament.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me. You guys do a great job with the event, so anytime I see it, I'll try and be back for sure.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Once again, we'd like to thank the sponsors of the Pro Shootout this summer. Your support is greatly appreciated in keeping this tournament going and keeping high-quality matches coming. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to have great players like Karl Poling here. Once again, thank you. And then thank you to Chestnut Ridge for hosting the tournament. Make sure to, if you're in the area, try out Chestnut Ridge, maybe get a membership here. And then we'd also like to give a special thanks to IA Printing, Sanape's Pizza Rustica, Bob Bull, Andy Weiss, Randy Law, the Banks family, Rachel Warshaw, Ann Pam Sorokin, Johnny Guyag, Michael Bolovsky, Roshan Krishnamurthy, Zach Kenneth, and Rachel Warshaw. Thank you to all. And then the biggest thanks of the whole thing has to go to the tournament director and director of tennis at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, Brad Breakstone. As we said, he did about 10 to 11 different jobs this weekend. Very big thanks to Brad. And then we got to thank the guy who's behind the scenes, Philip. Thank you for keeping all the cameras, making sure we're set up in a great position. Make sure to thank Philip. He's a big part of this behind the scenes.
Thank you so much, Philip.
Thank you, and we will see you guys again next year. See you. Bye.